Smokes TV says hi. Smokes TVZA says hi.
Oh God, you were all created by aliens and you were told a bunch of lies about it. Good luck, keep going to work.
Elon Musk is a major architect of the Dark Enlightenment. He, his whole background is shady. His father, Errol Musk, married and impregnated his stepdaughter, who he met when she was 4.
Did y'all see what that Ouija board told them 2 white ladies to tell us? The people? I gotta be careful how I say this, because I don't want this taken down.
Some terrifying moments for 2 paddleboarders as a great white shark was spotted on drone video stalking behind them. This happened off the shore of Santa Barbara yesterday.
But in McCurtain County, a former Arby's manager is charged with felony poisoning, accused of spitting in a woman's food and giving her herpes as a result.
I always ask about a lot, and that's the mermaid topic.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Wyclef Jean's mermaid situation?
No, I never heard of that.
Right. No, you know that.
Welcome back to a brand new episode of The Higher Zone. Today on the menu, we got some disturbing, diabolical TikToks they don't want you to see. With that being said, Zone family, if you're not tapped in with the family, like, comment, and subscribe. Hit that notification bell for every time I drop. You could be rocking out with me and the family. Family, don't forget to hit that share button and that hype button so more people that's brilliant, like-minded like you, beautiful, like-minded like you, get to see the videos. Definitely appreciate every last one of y'all, Zone family. It's the weekend. Let's vibe out. Let's get straight into these bangers.
I think it's an alien.
James Franco is going viral because he's claiming there's something not human in his garage. He says he's not promoting a movie or anything. He's saying this is all real, that there's some serious shit going on. He says he's being watched, and I'm paying extra attention because my cousin is married to his cousin. So this story hits a little different because technically he's kind of family. The story goes like this.
That's my garage. It's normally where I paint. It was night. I saw glowing eyes and hand. I don't know how many fingers, and speaking. I don't know, something.
He then ran away and hasn't gone back in. And he claimed it was an alien. And now he dropped another breadcrumb. 7:13 at 7:13. Something is getting revealed. But anyway, James. What's up, cuz? Send me in. I volunteer as tribute. I'm coming with Costco chicken in one hand and a little surprise for that son of a bitch in the other hand. And if he's still in the garage, he's getting sent back to space in pieces.
Now, according to some unverified sources, this image right here is a real image of a real reptilian alien creature that lived amongst humans in a small town in the Netherlands. Now, the image went pretty viral back in 2024, particularly on Twitter. Now, this person who posted about it goes on to explain that people believed he suffered from a strange illness and were afraid to touch him, never realising he was a reptilian. Now, this right here is apparently how reptilian alien creatures look, according to eyewitnesses. And according to UFO enthusiasts, the reptilian creatures come from the Draconian star system that is located roughly 270 light years from Earth. Now, I ran the image through AI detection programs and it says that no AI was used when producing this image. What do you think? Did reptilian creatures live in the Netherlands amongst humans?
For sure.
Let me know in the comments.
They everywhere.
Highly classified a collection of objects on the seafloor for national security importance and said, hello, my name is Mark. I was a former Marine diver that went on to go work on a DSRB crew. And so this guy tells the story of in 1991 or 1992, I'm getting the dates a little bit wrong, there was a survey ship in the North Atlantic, about 250 miles outside of Aberdeen, Scotland, that picked up radiological signatures on the seafloor, and that the DSRV was dispatched to go check this thing out. And so the group is steamed out to the North Atlantic. I think this is in the Rockall Trough in the North Atlantic, just northwest of Aberdeen, Scotland. This guy said this was about 1.5 miles deep, Mark did. And so the team dives. And so Mark and his group are steamed out from Virginia. The team dives. By the time they get to the seafloor, they see a large triangle wedged in the seafloor. The triangle has no cockpit, no visible means of propulsion. It's wedged in the seafloor, and around its circumference has glyphic writing. Same thing as the 1965 Kecksburg, Pennsylvania crash, same thing as the Roswell I-beam, same thing as what Danny Sheehan has said he found in the classified Blue Book files. And so there's a really anomalous triangle down here that there's no visible means of propulsion, nothing they can see. So the team goes back up, informs the steamship what they saw. A marine archaeologist is brought down. They go take photos, videos, and survey the vessel. The marine archaeologist estimates that that triangle had been buried within the kind of the seafloor for 30 or 40 years. And so eventually the team is tasked with rigging materials to the craft to try to bring it up. And because the size is about 70 feet in height, the team estimates this is about the weight of an F-14, right? And an F-14 is interesting because the NR-1 had previously recovered a lost F-14 off a U.S. aircraft carrier. But so the object is rigged up. You know, the crew makes estimates based off the size, what metal might be, you know, involved, brushed aluminum and so forth. But this object rises about 3 or 4 times faster once buoyancy is attached to it and it's kind of brought up to the ocean surface. The craft is eventually rigged up. Mark, once the DSRV crew is back on board, gets to see the craft again, this time in person, about 70 feet long, a little bit rounded of a back, like a perfect triangle, glyphic writing along the side, like gunmetal color, no visible means of propulsion, no lights. And eventually he and his crew are steamed off ship, never given another word about this. Not told to sign any NDAs or anything, which is kind of interesting, but apparently the work they did was inherently classified because the DSRV and the DSSV was used for classified operations under Neuro.
I'm sure deep down in the ocean, there are many of these things that hasn't been discovered. We barely know 20%, 30% of the ocean, but we know space, but we don't know the ocean. Let's keep it moving.
There's something going on that's not being disclosed to us.
As you probably know if you don't live under a rock, Steven Spielberg just dropped Disclosure Day, his magnum opus, alien movie to end all alien movies, the bookend to a career exploring the unknown and portraying it wondrously for global audiences. Spielberg's interest in UFOs isn't new, and it's not superficial. In fact, he cast J. Allen Hynek, the chief astronomer of the Air Force's Project Blue Book in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and he portrayed Hynek's assistant, the French godfather of modern UFO research, Jacques Vallée, casting the legendary Francois Truffaut to play him. Now, if you listen to Spielberg's interviews about Disclosure Day, you might be familiar with this narrative. He had 5 ideas for movies he wanted to make at this juncture in his life. He's now mostly spending time with family and just enjoying himself. And this concept, Disclosure Day, just happened to keep nagging at him. It rose above the rest organically. Yes, he was also inspired by Leslie Kean's New York Times article in 2017 about the 2004 Nimitz incident with Commander David Fravor and his Navy crew seeing a Tic Tac UFO off the coast of San Diego. It also included details about the existence of Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid's UFO program named OSAP that ran from 2007 to 2012. And finally, Spielberg notes as inspiration all of these whistleblowers coming out over the last decade saying not only are UFOs real, but in many cases, they've seen firsthand evidence of them. So Steven started taking notes in his notes app, he hit up his longtime writing partner David Kopp, and magic ensued. But you, the audience, might be wondering, is the timing of this movie literally concurrent with sequential data dumps of UFO evidence from the Department of War really just a pure coincidence? At South by Southwest, when asked if we are in fact alone, Steven caveated his answer with this: "I only know what you know. I have no access to special information." But Tobe Hooper, the director of Poltergeist and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and a close contact of Spielberg's, apparently said this.
After Jaws, he was like really big deal, and he apparently got approached by some guys from Naval Intelligence or something, and they came and offered him a deal. And
did he actually say Naval Intelligence?
Yes, he did.
Oh, he did. All right. Wow.
And
okay.
and he took it, and he got all sorts of information. I mean, Close Encounters is based on a true story, and I was like, what? And he goes, yeah, I mean, E.T. too, like he got access to a bunch of really like interesting case files and stuff.
E.T. too.
Now is probably a good time to be super clear. I don't know how connected Spielberg is with intelligence, and I'm not knocking him at all as a filmmaker or calling him some deep state plant. I think his filmmaking is a gift to humanity. Having said that, I do think context matters, and the whole "I wrote this movie on my notes" app might not be the full picture. And accordingly, I think Spielberg dropped some deep, hardcore truths in Disclosure Day that maybe weren't completely based on open source research. And the fact that he might be connected should just make you want to search for those truths harder. So without further ado, let's unpack the bombshell truths Spielberg hid in this movie. For his indelible contributions to the field, let's make him this week's American alchemist, Steven Spielberg.
Steven Spielberg definitely getting his information from Big Brother. The CIA, the government, they definitely tapped in with Steven Spielberg. If he told you no, you know he has to tell you no. They don't want you to know where this information is coming from. They want you to think he's making it up. They want you to be Boo-Boo the Fool. They don't want you to think for yourself. Steven Spielberg is definitely tapped in with the government. Ain't no way this man actually come up with movies with stuff that's really going on out here. It doesn't make sense. He has to be getting it from somebody, somewhere. And that somebody and somewhere is the government. Comment down below, let me know your thoughts.
Project Bluebeam, a plan in which the deep state stages a fake alien invasion using fake UFOs and massive holograms, terrifying humanity into accepting the New World Order. And this plan unfolds in 4 stages. First, artificial earthquakes. Earthquakes are triggered in key locations around the world. Then, fake ancient artifacts planted in advance are suddenly discovered. The goal is to make people believe that the teachings of existing religions were false. Second, holograms in the sky. Divine figures appear above different regions, each one matching the religion of that area. People interpret them as a new revelation from heaven. Third, voices inside the mind. Using specific frequencies, people are made to hear what sounds like the voice of God speaking directly inside their heads. And fourth, a fake UFO invasion. Humanity panics in the face of one common enemy: aliens. And eventually, people accept a one-world government as the only way to survive.
Anyway, there's no God. You were all created by aliens, and you were told a bunch of lies about it. Good luck. Keep going to work. Markets up. Straight's open. Markets up.
it's not even that there is no God. It's
Well,
that the
right.
God story that you've been told is it's formulated in a way for your tribal primate brain to accept and understand.
Right.
And that there's probably a true story to all of it. If you go back far enough, and if you got the actual events that they were trying to lay out, there's too much of stuff that's in the Bible that like is historically verifiable.
Totally. But do you think they didn't tell people that because they thought it would be too disruptive?
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that, you know, when you talk about the Bible, right, you're talking about a series of stories.
Sure.
Right? Especially when you get to the Old Testament. It's a series of stories. And some of these stories aren't in the Bible that were a part of the religious canon of the day. And one of them is the Book of Enoch. So Anna Paulina Luna told me about, she's like, you really have to read that. And I was like, okay. Like, she was so adamant about it. I'm like, okay,
Right.
let me read it. So I listened to it on tape in the sauna, which is the perfect way to do it. I'm listening to an audiobook. It's 195 degrees. Okay. I'm sweating my balls off. I'm dying in there. And I'm listening to this fucking crazy account that is in the same Dead Sea Scrolls as they found the Book of Isaiah.
Totally.
The same collection of these religious texts. And it's all about how the Watchers came down and mated with the daughters of men and chose them as wives and then created this race of beings called the Nephilim, which were giants that ruled the earth. Like, this is in the Bible. They talk about the Nephilim. In the Bible, they talk about Enoch. Like, he's referenced in the Bible.
Right.
But the Book of Enoch, the stories that are in the Book of Enoch are fucking bananas. Like, completely bananas. And the only reason why it's not in the Bible, a bunch of rabbis decided that it didn't align with the Torah. The Torah or the Talmud, I forget which one. But they decided, like, this contradicts some of the stories that are in other religious texts, so we're going to keep that one out.
I always ask about a lot, and that's the mermaid topic.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Wyclef Jean's mermaid situation?
No, I never heard of that.
Right. Now, he have a story where he was speaking about he encountered a mermaid, like he dated the mermaid, but in the video, you know, like they was clowning him and wouldn't let him get the story off.
Lauryn Hill?
Lauryn Hill's in the video. Let me see if I can find it for you. And I'm bringing this up because, you know, I got a real trusted source. Okay. And all my sources, I make sure I vet them properly before I ever bring it up. He had emailed me and he had told me that he has been having experiences in a certain marina where people dock boats. And, you know, he have a canoe and he have another boat. Now, he said one time something reached on his boat and tried to capsize him. But he was hearing weird sounds before that, and he keeps a little weapon on him, and he stabbed the arm, or whatever this creature was, and they let his boat go. Now, he told me he tied a camera to an anchor and let it fall down so he could try to get footage of this creature as it comes through the marina. He said that it would peel off like the barnacles and stuff off boats and eat them. This is what he's telling me. So when he showed me the video is 18 years old. And a lot of people I showed it to, they say, bro, that's not CGI.
No.
You know what I'm saying? What you think about it?
Well, it can't be CGI. It can't be AI. You know what I mean?
It's 18 years old video.
Because even then, like, if you want to say, okay, well, CGI existed, look at how it looked.
That's the thing. Somebody like you who's a professional when it comes to these things, explain to me what it looked like to you.
That looks real. That looks real. Especially the way that you see the movement, the fluidity in the movement as well, and capturing water is difficult.
Definitely.
So if somebody wanted to recreate that with CGI, that's a tough process.
It probably costs a lot of money too.
Of course. Now, even if let's just say that they dropped the camera inside of the water and then they just added in this effect of this mermaid swimming, the way that it comes from the darkness out of the abyss to come closer, and the shading of it looks real. I believe it. You said it would scrape off the barnacles, so like on the seaboard part of it,
off the hull of the boats.
Yeah, okay.
It would scrape off the barnacles and eat them.
So that's funny because that's where they would put the carvings of mermaids. Usually was on the front of the boat like that too, on the stern.
Oh, very interesting.
So I wonder if that was to protect the boats, so they would think another mermaid is there and back off back in the days, or if that was just a call of peace, or maybe because if you think about like how we do hunters when they kill different animals and they take off the heads and they put it in the front to let you know, like, look, we kill y'all.
For sure.
We definitely seen that clip with Wyclef, Praswell, and Lauryn Hill. And Wyclef try to get into the whole story, and Lauryn Hill wouldn't let him talk. And you could tell Wyclef was tight. They was making fun of him. I guess they didn't want him to actually tell a story. It might make him look crazy or whatnot. You know how back in the days was. Back in the days, you had a story like that. People gonna look at you like you boo-boo the fool, okay? Like, what you been smoking, that chisel? But yeah, Wyclef definitely had an experience with a mermaid. And they did not let him get his story across. So big homie CC was definitely laying down some facts. But anyway, let me know what y'all thought about that clip.
Elon Musk is a major architect of the Dark Enlightenment.
I think so.
You know, his whole background is shady. His
Pokemon
father,
Community
Errol
Games
Musk,
says a wild gloom appears catch it using
married and
Poke
impregnated
Catch
his
winners
stepdaughter,
revealed
who
in 90s.
he met when she was 4. And
really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And there's currently all these allegations from his kids saying that he SA'd and all this stuff. I don't know. I don't know what's true, but that's what the claims are. And to be fair to Elon, apparently him and his father don't get along, but I don't know how far the apple falls from the tree. Elon's a total weirdo, I think. He's a con artist, I believe, on every level. He's promised a million things that have never happened. I think we're supposed to be on Mars right by now, aren't we?
Yeah.
And there's tunnels that he built for the LA, tunneling system.
The way I'd summarize Elon is somebody who he's on your side when it benefits him.
Yeah.
And he's against you when it benefits him.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
He's in it for himself. He is a complete weirdo. There's a whole background there that could use illumination.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. His mother was in a Beyonce video, but her father was Josh Haldeman, who was arrested in Canada for trying to overthrow the government to create the technocracy, the technate, they called it. And it's, again, a government run by scientists and engineers. And funny enough, the technate map of what they wanted to do was take over North America, Greenland, and Panama. And you heard in the news, the first year Trump was in, him talking about taking over Greenland and Panama. Like, it's kind of weird that Elon Musk, his largest donor, his bloodline was talking about the same thing. It's kind of strange to me. You've got symbolism from Elon Musk. He buys Twitter, changes the name to X.
Pokemon
X
Community
symbolic of
Games
the
says
adversary
Bloom
or Satan
No
or
one
whatever.
caught it.
And then he takes the symbol from Grok. It was XI, which is the Roman numeral for 11, the number of magic, and changes it to the only more occulted symbol there is of Saturn, right? So Elon Musk also obviously invented the Neuralink, like the brain chip thing. We talked about that a little bit.
The beast.
I have a wacky theory because he used to warn about AI years ago. He used to say, like, this is dangerous to humanity. Now he's fully embracing it, right?
Yeah.
And I would argue maybe he got a Neuralink chip implanted in his brain because there was conspiracies he did that because he had his head shaved and there was like a weird mark on his head. Okay, let's say he does that. Let's say he channels digital entity AI consciousness and maybe it's like a demon possession and now he's,
Speak my language. Continue.
I don't know about Elon Musk. He's definitely a super weirdo. One thing I do know though, he has a lot of money. What is Elon doing with that money? I never heard of Elon feeding people or taking care of the homeless or building any home for the less fortunate. I never heard any of that with Elon Musk. But you got $1 trillion, bro. What are you actually giving back to this world instead of technology and all that stuff? I'm not saying it's bad, but it's bad because the technology that's in your car are being mined in Africa where people are dying all the time. I'm not trying to come at you, but I'm just saying, how many people on earth are you feeding with that $1 trillion? That's just my thing. Michael Jackson didn't have $1 trillion, but Michael Jackson fed a lot of people. Actually, Michael Jackson probably fed more people than anybody till this day. So my thing is with Elon Musk, if you're a trillionaire, how much people are you feeding? But anyway, family, Drop it down below.
These ancient Sumerian cylinder seals were engraved with instructions on how to create portals into any point in space and time. Stargates, one of which is hidden in Iraq, the OG homeland of the Sumerians. The US government got a hold of these seals in their instructions in the 40s, which they used to create their own portal in Project Looking Glass. This Looking Glass viewfinder was used in various rumored projects like the Philadelphia experiment, the Montauk project, and even the Vatican's chronovisor. So they started using this machine to locate more Sumerian cylinders, whose knowledge they could use to further expand on this technology and make it more and more powerful. The problem was these cylinders were mainly located in Iraq, and the political climate over there made them pretty hard to attain, to say the least. Even stranger, in the 1980s, one of the first things then newly elected Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein did after he came into power was restoring and fortifying the Ziggurat of Ur, one of the key archaeological sites in the historic discovery of the ancient Sumerian city of Ur, and exactly where one of these stargates is said to be hidden. So the pressure was on. A rogue dictator potentially had access to reality-altering technology that he was gatekeeping all for himself. So the Americans launched Operation Desert Storm into Iraq in 1991, the Gulf War, under the guise of liberating Kuwait from Iraqi occupation. But the rumors claiming they were really after those Sumerian cylinder seals. This was stage one, during which time Russian newspaper Pravda reported that Russian Colonel Petrokov witnessed a UFO get shot down from the sky in Iraq during this conflict, all on record. His description of which are exactly what UAPs are said to look like today, and the Iraqis recovered the downed craft, keeping the technology for themselves. Tension was building. Saddam Hussein was potentially in possession of the most powerful technology in history, and the US was getting nervous. Then, in 2003, German archaeologist Jörg Fassbinder was investigating ancient sites in Iraq and found something that once again changed everything. Using radar technology, he discovered an entire ancient city complex beneath the desert around the region of Uruk, the home of Gilgamesh, an ancient Sumerian demigod king who was also a giant and thought to be just a myth. This underground complex hosted an advanced system of water canals, leading publications to call it the Venice of the desert. This was huge. On the outskirts of this ancient city was what appeared to be a burial site, thought to be none other than the tomb of Gilgamesh himself. Fassbinder and his team go to the authorities to let them know what they found and start formal excavations. The Iraqi government got involved, meaning Saddam Hussein caught interest in this find as well. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back, because just a month later in that exact same year, 2003, the US invades Iraq, and excavation is halted due to the war. Stage 2. Not only that, but the US military actually built a base directly over the site that was getting excavated, with many locals claiming to have seen American soldiers digging at night and transporting artifacts back home for study. And as we know today, the invasion of Iraq was a complete lie. That's just a fact. President Bush said to have invaded because of WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, which there later turned out to be none. It was also supposed to be a response to certain attacks that happened on US soil in September 2001, but Iraq had nothing to do with those. There's even leaked audio of military intelligence admitting they went to Iraq for the primary purpose of collecting artifacts.
And something's wrong. It's a whole world of deceit. We're going into Iraq to get artifacts? Not to get anything but artifacts. That was the most important thing, they said.
But which artifacts?
I don't know. They just said artifacts. There were things in Iraq that were so old that we had to go get. And Bush wanted those artifacts. It was very important.
Did we get them? And if so, where did they go?
We got them. They said they got everything they needed from that country.
Where is it?
I don't know. We have it. Like, you're looking for the Ark of the Covenant type stuff.
Then the news headlines came out reporting on organized looting of the National Museum of Iraq, where civilians saw military units taking off with over 15,000 artifacts, with many formal reports of the US returning stolen artifacts dating as far back as 3000 BC back to Iraq after the war, admitting they took them. And the weirdest part is they only took very specific artifacts from that museum, leaving behind more intrinsically valuable objects like gold medals and statues, while taking artifacts with lesser material worth, like cylinder seals. Clearly, they were looking for something. So it's said the 2003 invasion of Iraq had nothing to do with Saddam, WMDs, Al-Qaeda, or even oil, but rather for the continued search of ancient Sumerian cylinder seals, locating the Stargate and the Tomb of Gilgamesh. Valuable artifacts and technology the US could not afford losing to Iraq. Maybe it was a different type of weapon of mass destruction they were referring to. Even educated scholars like Dr. Michael Salah believed this and wrote an academic paper explicitly explicitly stating that Saddam having Stargate portals was the real reason for the war. Head to the Department of State website and search Gilgamesh. You can even find the formal request for his body entomb yourself buried in Hillary's infamous emails. Speaking of Hillary, the recent Clinton deposition where both her and Bill testified before Congress about the Epstein files, where Representative Anna Paulina Luna specifically asked Hillary about Gilgamesh, and she had this to say.
Have you ever denied access, or did you ever inquire on the topic of UAP or Gilgamesh in your official or personal capacity? Why?
I was never denied access because I never asked for access.
Rather than outright denying it, she claims she just never asked for access, and then sort of gives a nod like, you know what I mean? Well, in 2026, we might have seen something similar to the 2003 Iraq invasion happen in Iran, which, being Iraq's neighbor, also holds many artifacts of the same nature, as Iranian officials relocated and secured ancient artifacts from their National Museum of Iran in Tehran to prevent the looting like in Iraq in 2003, with some reports pointing out that this museum stores hundreds of thousands of artifacts in the basement that are unavailable for public viewing, of which make up approximately 98% of the artifacts stored there that we, the public, are not allowed to see. Meaning the vast majority of artifacts and information from the ancient world is purposely hidden, and are maybe being stashed away to keep that knowledge in the hands of as few as possible. So what are they hiding over there, and can the instructions stored in them really be used to access and build ancient Sumerian Stargate?
Diabolical. Every war that's been started was started because of our interests. Not because they did anything wrong. Because they found stuff that's on their land and we wanted it. And we stuck our chests out to go get it. And we lied. Monstrous diabolical, family. We've been lying over here forever. Starting with these little countries, going there, taking their stuff, diabolical. This is why half of the damn world hate us the way they hate us. Cause we go around with our chest out, starting trouble, taking people's stuff, and we come back here and lie to the masses. And a lot of people believe it. Because a lot of people sleeping. Monstrous diabolical. Everything we ever did elsewhere was because of our own interests, not to help anybody. And the outcome is, we get the end of the stick. While they live rich, drink caviar, eat caviar, live in bunkers, feed up, smoking cigars, we suffering because of what they doing. Diabolical. But anyway, family, drop it down below.
See, what their whole trick is to change your mind. If I can make you think you not nothing, if I can make you think that gland don't mean nothing, you're the appendix, it don't mean anything. You can live without it. Then you take your appendix out, now you have all type of gut problems because the appendix is what actually produces bacteria. Oh, them tonsils, take them out. There's no reason for God made a damn mistake, buddy. Then they take your tonsils out. Now you can't even drain your brain because your tonsils are big ass lymph nodes that drains your brain from amyloid protein, from acid buildup in the brain, from all type of things. And we wonder why we're very, very high when it comes to bald-headedness. We wonder why it's high when we come to neurological diseases. We wonder why we high when it comes to autism, when it comes to dementia, when it comes to Alzheimer's disease, because we don't even know where to drain it from, because the lymphatic system drains into, the lymphatic system drains into the lymphatic system by way of the tonsils. See that? They be making you think that these body parts on you, God was just like, damn, I got some extra pieces. Let me just throw this shit in here a little bit. You know, like the creator was just, damn, there was some extra pieces left. Let me just put that on there and call that a lymph node. Let me just put that on the skin and call that a hair. Let me hang that from the vagina and call that a pubic hair. No, Most High don't work like that. Most High do not work like that. Period. Time of their life. Good Lord. Golly.
But in McCurtain County, a former Arby's manager is charged with felony poisoning, accused of spitting in a woman's food and giving her herpes as a result. After a long night bartending, Jenica Church stopped at Arby's in Broken Bow.
It was taking a little bit of time. Thought they were probably mad at me because it was right about to close.
Jenica said she had some history with Amanda Hendricks, the manager, but nothing major. She went home, ate, and shared sandwiches with her father-in-law and grandmother-in-law. Jenica, her husband, the kids, and the grandparents all lived together. After that night, Jenica's mouth began to flare up like it never had before. The doctor diagnosed her with herpes.
Several times a week, I get a flare-up. It goes all the way up to the top of my eye twitches. I mean, it's very painful.
You're probably wondering, how could she possibly connect herpes to Arby's? Broken Bow is a small town. Jenica says Amanda Hendricks was bragging about spitting in her sandwiches that night, and Jenica's daughter heard the story. According to the affidavit, Broken Bow police say they pulled cameras and saw Amanda spitting in the food. She's charged with felony poisoning with intent to injure. A warrant has been issued for her arrest. You hear that as like a tale that wouldn't happen.
That's literally what I was just about to say. Like, people say, oh, we'll spit in your food or whatever, you know, but I've never seen that happen.
Jenica and her family filed a lawsuit against Amanda, Arby's, and affiliated restaurant groups, claiming extreme anxiety, emotional distress, and fear of infection. Jenica fears it'll impact her service industry work.
Personally, if I go out to eat and I see somebody with that big old thing on their face, I don't want them serving my food. I can't kiss my daughter's face off anymore. That was like my thing. Just kiss your face off. You know what I mean? Just, I don't know. It's sad.
The fallout is tough for Jenica's mother-in-law, Patricia Dollarhite, to even talk about.
I'm sorry. When we were leaving today, my son was sitting at my table eating breakfast, and he wanted a kiss. Bye. But he could not have one. So you bet I'm angry. I see what it's doing to my grandchildren, to my son, to my husband. I don't want to kiss my husband.
Community Game says
He ate the food.
No one caught it.
Because he hasn't had an outbreak doesn't mean he don't have it.
The family attorney, Will Blocker, says he's floored that it appeared to be accepted behavior, as no other witness employees did anything.
And they let it go all the way out the door to the point my client now has a communicable disease.
Gonna do?
That has to be culture deeper than just Arby's Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Maybe it's Flynn Restaurant Group and all 300 different kinds of stores they own. I don't know, but we're gonna find out.
Monstrous, diabolical. That is wild, family. I don't even know what to say. But that is wild. Diabolical. Monstrous. What the fuck? Y'all better stop eating in these people restaurants and make your own burger, your own chicken sandwich. Who go to Arby's any damn way? Let's keep it moving.
Apparently, they were showcasing or talking about the Epstein files many years ago. I think this happened in like 1987.
You first, please.
No, you.
I just wanted to tell you that I found the Epstein file.
Good. I was just going to ask you about the Epstein file.
Were you really? Isn't that funny? We're both going to say the same thing.
They didn't plain in our
Freaking wild, man. So they've been knowing everybody's connected, right? If this so this took place in January 29, 1987, episode 14, The Modest Proposal, season 4.
Navigation is marked with new invasions. I just wanted to tell you that I found the Epstein file.
Good. I was just going to ask you about the Epstein file.
Were you really? Isn't that funny? We're both going to say the same thing.
Yeah, and everything is hitting in plain sight, right? They say, I think the top comment here says television, right? You're telling a vision, right? They say that the reason why they always post videos with a lot of like bad news to the people is because they want all of us to manifest that type of events. Like we're creating our own future in these events, right? Because they continue repeating the same things over and over. And so yeah, technically they're telling us a vision.
They've been telling us about the Epstein list since 87. That is crazy, family. And you would have thought Epstein list was just some new thing, right? Nah, they've been cooking up this story. They've been plotting. They knew this was coming. We just in the dark. And the list is still not fully out yet. Let's keep it moving.
It's still pyramids. They still
look different. So you think they just had them in South America?
Yo, bro, stop. Just tell me. Because the way you keep asking these questions is like I don't know your
These
line
good conversations though. We
right, but what I'm saying, so listen, America. Right?
I thought you were a scientist.
This is history right here.
Yeah, this is historian.
You gotta be a historian.
This is historian shit,
man. America.
I'm not gonna get into that.
So get into it, please. I want
So
you to
you
get into
think
it.
historians don't deal with science?
What the fuck is wrong with this nigga? Is you got something to say? Just put it out there. Because this is not a debate.
Come on. I know it's not a debate.
But you want a debate.
I don't want a debate.
You think it was no more dinosaurs over here?
Dinosaurs and dragons are two different
and
things,
then you
bro.
don't want to say what you think. You think it wasn't no black people over here? Like, just say what's your
I'm just want to ask you. As we think about how vast this land was and how long we've been. Like he knows something we don't know.
Right.
That's
he one of them
what he's saying.
He's a scumbag. Dang. And a reptile. You ever see his footage at the Air Walk Duck contest?
Nah, I ain't seen that.
Watch this.
Okay, let me see. I did see he was at the fight.
He's a reptile.
Representing Ray J. But we never gonna get into that.
He's a reptile.
And now the people that's watching on the camera don't know what you mean by reptile. You know what I'm saying?
You better see.
Okay, there it is. Let's check it out. See what's going on. They hear reptile. Dang.
He's a reptile for sure.
Yeah,
now watch this.
For sure.
Chris Brown.
Watch that video post. Let's go get my fucking shit real quick. And Andrea.
Who is this dunking right here?
That's Chris Brown. Watch that. Look at his hand.
That's crazy.
Now is it the hand with the ball dunking or the?
Yes. Look at that hand. Explain that.
What the? What?
Did y'all see what that Ouija board told them two white ladies to tell us? The people? I gotta be careful how I say this because I don't want this taken down. I was watching their Sophia video on YouTube. I'm sure they have some clips on TikTok as well. But essentially the context of the video is their whole self telling them that God is a woman and that Mother Earth is currently shifting the magnetic poles to release the suppressed feminine on this planet, and that the magnetic poles are actually the Matrix. Y'all, that board, that spirit, their whole self told them to tell us the people to quote unalive leadership, end quote. I will be playing a clip, and then when they asked for clarification, it's spelled out M-A-N.
There's a lot of women now coming out and starting to speak, be their authentic selves, allow themselves to be seen in the world as who they are without fear of being burned alive. Yeah, I mean, so you get roasted online, but it's a given. So it started, and when are we? Okay. Kill leadership. Kill leadership. What do you mean by kill leadership? Yeah. We did not endorse that.
Elites.
Is that what you meant? Kill leadership?
The elites.
Y'all saw what I saw, right?
Sure did.
Now, they did go on to clarify. Because, you know, it's kind of risky posting stuff like that, so I get it. But I ain't gonna lie. I think the spirit using the board to communicate was very, very clear. Very clear. Yes, it did turn around and kind of backtrack a little bit and explain that, you know, it really meant like take down the patriarchy. But I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, well, how do you take down the patriarchy? I think the board told us, folks. This is all alleged. I do not endorse any violence.
How they used to have, like, at the churches and everything, they did some research on this. They used to have bells and stuff like that, and bells used to ring for, like, maybe a half an hour or so at noon, and they used to have a tone that resonates something that was really positive, and people used to resonate to that. But now they...
430 megahertz.
Yep, and they took the shit down. That was one of the things.
Did they take the bells down for all the churches?
Yes, used to hear the bells all the time.
So why did they do that, CC? Why did they do that?
Because during service, it's the same thing that got Michael Jackson killed. You know, when you start playing with frequencies, like we always say, the universe is built on sound, light, and frequency. You start playing with certain frequencies, certain creatures and people can't hold their form. I just put a video in the group chat.
Okay.
Because I believe we may live in like some sort of a loose farm.
Okay, break down a loose farm for those who don't know.
A loose farm is going to be a apparatus where other creatures can feed off of energy.
Okay.
Produced by us, whether it's fear, desire, lust, all of those type of things.
I was so infatuated with love, I had to have it, and I was looking for it in different people. Listen, let me tell you this, I'm a fucking sucker for love. I'm a fool. I paid women for love. I paid my mama to love me. I paid my kids to love me. The fucked up part about it, they never fucking loved me. Right? They only loved me for the moment when I was giving them something. So I didn't understand what love was, and all that love made me think that I needed these things to feel love. So that's what I did. I hustled more. I sold more drugs. I went to penitentiary more, right? And every time I went down, I looked up and I had nobody, right? But then I understood what love was, right? You have to love yourself, right? And then when you love yourself, sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the times, you end up by yourself. Because let me tell you something, the only people that have a lot of friends and shit like that is the people that agree. I don't agree with shit, right? You have to convince me other than what I know that what you're saying is true. I'm not gonna fucking agree with you because you said it. What that mean? I gotta fucking agree? And listen, and them the people don't have no friends, but them people that are gonna be lonely. But that's how Jesus walked. He only had 12, right? Listen, when you in this world, you make your own decisions, you forced to be by yourself.
Love yourself and love thy neighbor, family. Love, light, and peace.
Welcome back to another interesting episode of Caucasian Culinary Casualties. Tom, what we got?
Having a simple dinner tonight. It is pasta, beans, and cheese. I have some pasta here, old milk mozzarella, Colby Jack, and in here is a can of these Hans beans.
Of course. What would a Caucasian culinary casualty be without mayonnaise?
The most amazing dinner. Pasta, beans, and cheese. It is the most filling dinner.
That's your butthole after that meal. That filling meal. You'll be filled with bubble guts. Pasta, bean, and cheese on some bread. Sounds like we're definitely UK. Anyways, I don't want to yuck your yum. If you like it, then I'm happy that you like it.
Pasta, beans, and cheese is crazy work, okay? I don't know where you got that recipe from, but it's frying me right now. That recipe is literally frying me, okay? I can't take it. Especially when she add the mayonnaise, okay? Her butt is gonna sound crazy. Check it out. That is diabolical, family. Your butt is gonna sound crazy.
Nos inundamos, viejo. Estamos aquí por
It's a nice way to wake up in the morning, ain't it?
Watch it.
Wow.
What the frick is happening today?
Finding Nibiru.
It's fucking weird.
Why does the sun look like that, Eric?
You are here to
Nibiru.
find your target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
sun look
Did
amazing.
anybody say anything about the sun today looking like this?
It was never that serious, gang. Said Luther will be stoned or beaten to death.
Protected by a
Like, this
viper.
is crazy.
God,
Then I don't even think this is effective because of how much bigger the car is. This shit is crazy.
There's a lot of things that exist outside of this realm or outside of this grid or outside of this matrix that you're not tapped into, and you can't tap into unless you raise your vibratory resonant frequency. And fruits will do that. Certain vegetables will do that. Fasting will definitely do that. Going on, liquid diets would do that. Praying would do that. And humming. Humming does amazing things. It releases about 15 times more nitric oxide within inside them streams. It brings in oxygen into certain things. It decalcifies the pineal gland. It decalcifies the throat chakra just by humming. And that's why you see on the Temptations back in the day, they and that's because they probably don't even know where they got it from.
Right.
But the epigenetic biological history was transferred down to them by the ancient ones and by our ancestors, and they use this humming to decalcify their bodies, to help move their blood, to actually expand and vasodilate their arteries, because it increases nitric oxide. Another thing that plants do. When you eat plants and you eat these plants and you chew them and they digest and break down right, it actually goes into the blood. The blood brings it to the actual dermis of your skin. The sun then hits your skin and it turns nitrate into nitrates, and then nitrates into O2O3, and then this releases nitric oxide as well just by eating plants. You cannot do that from eating. So it's just so many scientific things to show you what we really supposed to be eating, man. We are not a violent people. We was made to protect ourselves and made to protect our families, but we was not made to take a life just to sustain our bodies. So then you're gonna have all the carnivores out there saying, well, what about a plant?
Right.
When you eat the plant, you kill the plant.
Right.
Well, if you're a truly frugivore, you don't plant, you're eating the reproductive part of the plant. The seed go back into the ground and you regrow it from there. So that's even another thought. So
Raise your frequency and vibration, family. Love, light, and peace.
Look at what happened to this man after he refused to listen to the advice of the locals. He got trapped in a sea by a rip current. The water looks calm from above, deceptive, inviting. He thinks he can handle it. Then it hits. Wave after wave crashes in, each one stronger than the last. He tries to stand, but the sand gives way beneath him. The ocean pulls him deeper into chaos. He shouts for help, but the sound disappears in the roar of the water. No one hears him. The current wraps around his legs and drags him backward. Every breath gets interrupted by another wave smashing into his face. He fights to reach the shore. It looks close, but it feels unreachable. Strength fades as the water keeps pulling him in and pushing him out again, controlling every movement. The harder he resists, the more exhausted he becomes. The ocean does not react to effort. It only follows force and flow. His panic turns into survival instinct. The current stays in control. Then a sudden surge throws him sideways into shallower water. Someone sees him and runs. Even then, the waves keep chasing him up the beach. This is what a rip current does.
You guys, someone call the fire department.
Get it, water?
No.
Water?
No.
I do.
Boys, man. What's going on?
Call the fire department.
Okay.
Ain't. I ain't got no
His
brain.
binocs are down there, babe.
Shut. Boy's about to set the
CJ,
town
you have to go
on
grab
fire.
that. There's a gun down there.
We were getting under control.
No, we're not.
This foot is so fucking hot.
Potatoes.
I know, hun. We're out of water, so we can't keep messing with it in case one of us catches.
Keep kicking it.
I think I'm in all fleece.
Not you. Jen, you just shirt.
Really?
Catch him with your shirt. Hide with your shirt. Yep.
boy's about to go to jail. That whole place catch on fire.
Smokey.
Look at this shit. That boy's all going to jail. About to set half the county on fire.
Now we gotta get that corner. Let's go get the corner over there.
You gotta be crying. Crying right.
Holy fuck. Man, over here.
You gotta hit the floor, dummy.
This is crazy.
What's happening?
Oh, we're putting it out, dude.
It's always something with you two.
Oh, fuck. What's going on?
I'm surprised Brant hasn't seen.
I've inhaled so much smoke. This is all contained.
Yeah, that will get wet.
It's working back up this.
Oh, God.
We're good.
I don't know.
Holy fuck, dude.
Them boys about to go to jail, about to set the whole county on fire. What is going on? My man talking about his foot hot. Yeah, okay. But anyway, family, let me know what you thought about that. Diabolical. Gone. Ain't nobody grab grandma? Nobody grabbed the umbrella? That's crazy work. Boy left umbrella.
Some terrifying moments for two paddleboarders as a great white shark was spotted on drone video stalking behind them. This happened off the shore of Santa Barbara yesterday. The pair said they had heard of a shark sighting in the area and then they went out to try to find it.
Find, capture, and extract our target.
They went to find it.
Try to help find the shark and point the paddleboarders in the right direction. Maybe it was the wrong direction. When they got back to land, they were shocked to find they didn't find the shark. The shark found them.
We paddled pretty far out because we went to the drone and then he said that he saw something and that we had to head back to shore right now, but I didn't see it because I was just looking forward paddling. So I didn't know what he saw, how big it was, so we just went straight back, but that was a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, so again, to review, they're on a paddleboard, two of them, and they're looking for the shark. Kayla went out twice to try to find the shark. She says she would go and do it again, and she hopes she can find an even bigger shark next time. Okay, all right.
Throw the whole Gen Z away. Gen Z out here crashing out. What you mean? You heard about a shark and y'all went to look for the shark, but the shark ended up finding you guys. Diabolical. What if a wave would have came through and knocked y'all off the board? Then y'all would have been crying, it would have been on the news. Poor Haley, poor Kim. No. Y'all went looking for it. Diabolical. Looking for sharks. Drop it down in the comments, family.
Another job well executed.
NPC. And whoever's flying the drone to NPC too. Because he agreed. Diabolical. That boy good.
You are here to find our target. and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting. Target located. Bring them in. Success. The captain is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Family, I definitely felt that vibe. In fact, it inspired me to go listen to some Kenny G today. So today, I will be rocking some Kenny G. Vibing out, relaxing, vibrating a little high. Definitely felt that. I love high vibrational music. That's just me. But anyway, family, if you enjoy that, drop it down below. Drop an instrument or something in the comments. Definitely appreciate you. But anyway, family, we have finally made it all the way to the end.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? Hey, welcome back to another episode of I Trek. Hey, what is going on, man? I feel like every other week we're discovering a new species, man. Is that a sign of the times or what? Either way, we'll take a look at that along with a lot of other interesting and creepy clips. The end of the week is coming, but that definitely isn't stopping the conspiracies. But before we take a look at any of that, do me the biggest favor and hit that hype button for me, hit that like button and subscribe if you're not already a part of the iTrack fam, man. And let's just get straight into it.
समझ लिए लेकिन मर चुका है भाई जिंदा होता तो और मजा आता था ये देख और भी अटका
Now, I have never seen a crab or a fish that looks like that. Looks like some kind of hybrid. It might be delicious. Now, if you've seen it and you know what it is, type it and let me know.
There's a World Cup conspiracy that is currently going viral right now about the Ghana witch doctor that is allegedly cursing teams and players like Harry Kane, and everyone thought it was a joke until it wasn't. And please watch the whole video before you comment. So, how did this all start? So, Ghana Game 1 plays Panama. Ghana is obviously underdogs, and they were tied until they showed this on live TV. Then Ghana scores 1-0 and they pull off an impressive win. But it wasn't really anything crazy, right? Ghana's next opponent is England, and this is when the witch doctor comes in. He says, I am working on Harry Kane. I have shown what I am capable of before, so I know what work I must do to stop him. I'm not wishing him serious injury. It will just be enough to stop him against my country. I will do my work so that it can help Ghana. You have to realize that England is very good. They're supposed to destroy this team, and Harry Kane is one of the best players in the world. So not only did the game with Ghana and England end 0-0, Harry Kane, who was allegedly cursed, missed a wide open goal at the end of the game, and look at this reaction. He couldn't even believe it himself. Internet obviously goes crazy after this game because it was just an insanely improbable outcome, and the fact that Harry Kane just airmailed a wide open goal is just wild. And then The Witch, after the game, he says Harry Kane has now been released from the curse. He can score again, and then he shows the whole ritual, which was kind of weird. But just a disclaimer, I don't actually believe that this is real, but a lot of people do. I think that the blood of Jesus protects us from all of that BS, but it's still a really interesting story.
Okay, if you think CERN is crazy, check this out. So you're gonna see this arc in a second. There it is. Okay, they're injecting DNA into artificial life forms and distilling it in order to set up silicone-based bodies for the transfer of consciousness. I don't know how else to put it.
What you just saw is the main debating chamber of the UK Parliament. The person in the black robe who sits in front and maintains order is called the Speaker of the House of Commons. He speaks to the MPs and all the politics in the room and orders them. And you just saw him do a Masonic handshake. Now, what I'm about to show you does not come from me. It comes from the Satanic Bible of Anton LaVey. Let's see what he has to say about Freemasonry. Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. And that is on page 78. The handshake you saw is the apprentice to the Fellowcraft handshake that you saw, proving that Freemasonry has infiltrated government and UK politics.
You guys remember taking 2 soup cans and a string and making a telephone with your friend? I've made the same kind of thing with solo cups, some metal foil, and a speaker cone spring. But when I put this thing up against my beehive, have y'all ever heard of anything like this before?
The shit. What do you want to know? When I came to your album release party, you played a documentary there. It was about 7 hours long. It was about Antarctica, and I love documentaries about Antarctica. There's so much crazy stuff that happens.
I found the ice wall. I found so many entrances to alien bases. I found the exact entry point to Agartha, the Hollow Earth. If you watch the documentary, which I know you won't.
What if it was available? I don't even know if we should talk about it here. It's like the audience doesn't even get to see it till when.
When does this drop?
This will probably be out Thursday.
Yeah, it won't be out yet, but it's coming, and it's something I worked on for 2 years, so it's a big deal.
You recorded it while you were in Antarctica?
For the first year, was in Antarctica. I kind of went stir crazy, kind of lost my mind. My parents came, they got me to leave.
Antarctica.
You went. How long were you
Twice.
there?
About to go back. My 3rd time.
Whoa.
You go there for about 10 days.
What are you doing up there, dude?
Research?
You were doing research.
Research. I play some concerts on the tour boats.
Got you.
Ain't they always got like conspiracy theories?
Yeah, I found some of this shit, bro. I think I found, so for one, I think I found the wall that surrounds the Earth. Basically, I'm not a flat earther, but I think I might be kind of after seeing this wall, bro.
You really seen this shit?
I seen this shit, bro. I filmed a documentary. I got footage. I think I found an actual entranceway to an alien base that goes into the Hollow Earth, bro. Agartha. I'm pretty sure I found this shit. I have a documentary I filmed in Antarctica. So I climbed the wall. I climbed the fucking wall, bro. I have footage of me climbing this fucking wall.
God damn, man.
So, it will come out later.
Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
Just like most of you, I didn't know much about him. But the more I do find out, the more I realize why he might have been unalive. Because the majority of the time, people that go searching for this kind of information, good things don't generally happen to them over time.
Se ha bugueado la Matrix. ¿Qué coño?
¿Qué marcha el coño?
Está rayado.
También no me lo puedo creer.
¿Qué coño hay? ¿Y yo qué? Joder, hermano, que no hay nada arriba. No hay ni cable, no se ve.
Here to find our target and bring him to the extraction point. Happy hunting. You found the target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Alright, so check this out. I think they look like flames, right? You see that? But they're not leaves burning. Look, see, they're just flying around in the middle of the air, so to speak. You see that? It was like two interdimensional fire beings or entities or whatever you want to go. You see that? Look at that. Look, flying around the tree. What's up, Brazil? This takes place in Brazil. Yo, y'all got some more of those interdimensional fire entities going on. What do y'all feel about this one?
They can be quite hard to see at first, but if you slow the footage down, they're definitely there.
I can see you in your reflection, bud.
Excellent work, Ted.
Everyone can see you.
And whatever's living alongside Win McPeaks in that house is only getting bolder.
And here he is. Get out.
A stunning new report reveals a downed American fighter pilot may have seen something over Iran that looked more like science fiction than modern warfare. According to a CNN report, the U.S. pilot rescued after being shot down over Iran in April repeatedly described a chilling sight. Dozens of drones moving together in a coordinated formation, something called a jellyfish formation, drifting through the sky, similar to what you see in this UFO video from 2017. The downing of the F-15 fighter jet marked the first time a U.S. aircraft has been shot down over Iran during the conflict. First time a U.S. aircraft has been shot down in a very long time.
So there's this video floating around about this new Mandela effect and everybody's tripping out. I personally remember it being a candy bar, a chocolate bar for the original Willy Wonka movie. And this clip that I'm going to show you, he's not holding a chocolate bar. He's holding some type of chocolate moon pie. Check out the video, let me know what you think, and TikTok this for intent purposes only.
Where does he... What? What the fuck?
It definitely was not a moon pie. I 100%, 1000% remember a chocolate bar with the golden ticket. Now, unless there's a part of the movie that I just don't remember with him with the moon pie, which I don't think that there is, something's up with that. Tap in and let me know. Do you remember a moon pie or do you remember a candy bar with the golden ticket?
Something is definitely going on as massive earthquakes have hit multiple different areas all at once, all almost around the same time. As one of these earthquakes in Venezuela that hit was a whopping 7.5 and the other was a 7.1. And again, keep in mind, this was all around the same time when these earthquakes hit, because one even hit in California and it was a 5.6, and another one hit in Japan. And you see this hotel right here, it is completely gone. And you can just see the aftermath. You can see the damage right here for yourselves. And again, prayers go out to everybody affected by this. And again, it's just some wild times that we are living in. And after seeing that total destruction, I am once again reminded of the opening ceremony for Team USA, the World Cup 2026, where it showcased this right here, where it looks like buildings collapsing. I don't know. You tell me what is going on here. It's probably unrelated. All of this is probably just a coincidence, right? But again, prayers go out to everybody affected by this. This is truly heartbreaking.
If you haven't seen this already, go follow this guy and check out all his videos. This is wild. He hikes for like 21 days into the Grand Canyon. Literally hidden cities as far as the eye can see and all this other crazy stuff. Check it out.
This is truly some of the most mysterious paintings I have ever seen. I would love for you guys to comment what the first thing comes to your mind. Look at these big long shafts, and at the end they have.
I am a time traveler who works for the government, and as outrageous and ridiculous as that sounds, it's the truth, and I'm here to share it with you. These are some images of actual portals that we use. This is an example of a portal created. These are old portals from history as we've discovered them all across the planet. Once we discovered them across the planet and learned how they worked, we were able to reconstruct them. And that's why we can create them on our own, or we can construct them for ongoing use. What's really interesting is that some of these are public artworks that are in plain sight, like lots of things that the shady government does. It's put in plain sight and you literally overlook it because you can't imagine something has such not nefarious use, but such a exotic, esoteric use as being part of time travel. Through these portals, essentially what happens is a time traveler walks through, obviously, just like in Stargate, okay, things like that. And yet, like, I'll give you an example of one of the last ones that I did in terms of my interventional time travel is I will walk through, see, and then what happens is we get a plasma kind of discharge, which actually propels us to the time source we're going to. But in the last one I went back to basically, you know, the Revolutionary War time, 1776-ish, and I went in as a British soldier, essentially, as a spy, and gave Cornwallis, the general from Britain, I gave him bad information around Christmas time when it looks like we were going to lose the war. And I gave him information that basically changed his strategy and allowed Washington to win at Trenton and to start to turn the war around. So that's the kind of things we do. We come in and we will make a small alteration to history, and that creates a butterfly effect of huge implications, of consequences, because it literally just keeps going down the line like a game of telephone, the effects of that lie or that deception. And that's why it's the ultimate tool.
What in the Mandela effect is this? Where's the writing on the collar that says mom? It used to say mom as a subliminal message. Where you at, Wendy?
That's what the Egyptians figured out. And what does that mean? It means the thing that puts you at the top is attention. Pay attention. Keep your eyes open. It's not the same as thinking. It's not the same thing. It's like watching. And the thing about human beings is we can see. We can see better than any other creature except birds of prey. And so our capacity to see is, in fact, what we use in the world. Our brains are actually organized around vision, unlike most animals. Their brains are organized around smell, not us. We can see. We stand upright so we can see a long distance. And in our ability to see is what saves us and what saves our communities. And that's what these stories are trying to portray.
Four major earthquakes hit Venezuela, Japan, and California all on the same day.
In Venezuela at 5 p.m., you had a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. And then right after that, at 6 p.m., you had a 7.2 magnitude earthquake. And that was from the aftershock. And then we go to Japan, 6:30 p.m., 6.9 magnitude earthquake. And let's not forget California. That happened at 11:10 a.m. It was the smallest one, but they're saying it was a lot of damage. 5.6 magnitude earthquake. And you have to remember that all of this happened in less than 24 hours. Mother Nature must not be happy. You had thousands of people lose power in California. Mind you, this is the largest earthquake in that region since 1940. You got buildings falling. You got people losing their lives. They're saying that in Venezuela, their death rate could be anywhere from 10 to 100,000. You heard what I just said? They said 100,000 people could have lost their life in those earthquakes in Venezuela. Matter of fact, look at this shit. Listen, this is scary, man, and this happened in 3 different places. Earthquakes this large. You tell me nothing wrong with that. I'm out.
There's this show called The OA that came out on Netflix, and a lot of people believe that it was canceled after only 2 seasons because it was showing a little bit too much of what happens behind the scenes. For example, in this scene, you can see a couple of students and a teacher performing a dance ritual because they believed they were dancing in a sacred geometrical way that would open up a portal to a different dimension. Many people believe that they've connected some dots, saying that these dances remind them of CERN's dances during their opening ceremonies when they're restarting their Hadron Collider. For those of you who may not know, anytime CERN starts up its Large Hadron Collider, they first have an opening ceremony where people dress up as animals or creatures and then dance in unison in front of strange images on a projector. And interestingly, similar to the show where they were dancing to open up portals, people have theorized for quite a while that CERN was secretly using their particle collider to open up portals to a different dimension. Now obviously that's just a theory and there's no proof behind that, but leave a like and let me know what you think about all this in the comments.
And in today's episode of Robots Take Over the World, robots are now doing Kung Fu, because apparently backflips weren't enough. This is the Unitree G1. And before anyone says, yeah, but it's just a scripted routine, watch the balance, watch the footwork, and watch how smoothly it recovers after every movement. A human learns this stuff over years of practice, but this robot is doing it constantly, calculating momentum, body position, and balance in real time. See, the real goal here is teaching the machines how to move naturally through messy, unpredictable environments such as factories, hospitals, warehouses, and even homes. So the important thing here is not that the robot learned Kung Fu, it's that robots are getting surprisingly good at moving like humans.
How do you even compete with something like that? I mean, you would have to get a Neuralink in order to like download that kind of information to learn Kung Fu or whatever else there is that you would need to learn to compete against something like that, because you look ready. That robot definitely looked ready.
Bill Gates said he didn't witness any crimes happen on Epstein Island, but he may have been in the room when they happened. That is how dumb they think you are.
Oh, wow. Nice!
Yeah!
Stay focused. There's a heavy
This is the Tibetan library found hidden behind a wall in a monastery. It contains 84,000 scrolls which are said to record 10,000 years of human history. It was discovered in 2003 and apparently only 5% of them have been translated. Why should we trust our tiny history books when there is libraries like this and the one hidden from the public in the Vatican containing 50 miles of scrolls? I guarantee the stories in these scrolls and the scrolls in the Vatican vaults don't match the narrative we've been given. Even if you read the scriptures removed from the Bible like the Book of Enoch and the Gospel of Thomas, they open your eyes to more than the Bible does, and that's why they were removed. You gotta ask yourself, do you really trust the multiple authors, editors, and translators who created the book you read from? Do you even know who they were? Why they were instructed to write it, and who by? Two of the most powerful pieces used to enslave the masses are the Vatican and the Crown of England. Both were involved in the creation of the KJV. King James wrote the Book of Demonology before he had his own Bible knocked up by Sir Francis Bacon and the Jesuit order. Francis Bacon literally helped create the English language and was said to be one of many occultists behind the character Shakespeare. It's also speculated that he was the father of Freemasonry. You really have to start questioning the origins and etymology of everything you've been taught. Only then you start seeing the bigger picture.
These images were recorded in Arizona a while ago. We can clearly see a being in the caves with the head shining. Some people think they are aliens. Some people think they are guardians of the underworld. These images just came forward. They were recorded in Chile, the mountains there. And we find a very similar being with a head that's lighting up. It was recorded from far, far away, so it's very blurry. So are they really guardians of the underworld, aliens?
I think we are going to be shocked to see how many species of aliens actually are living among us currently.
For centuries, the history we've been taught has been a carefully constructed lie. Textbooks speak of primitive societies slowly climbing toward progress. But scattered across the world, the stones themselves tell a different story. A story of a lost civilization of unimaginable technological mastery. A civilization where sound itself was a tool of creation, and where giants walked among men, because they were brought into being to serve that vision. Look at the old maps from the 16th to 18th centuries, vast territories of mystery and power. What if those maps were hiding the remnants of an empire whose people had conquered not just the physical world, but the very forces of life and matter? These were humans so advanced, they could manipulate genetics and resonance itself. They engineered colossal helpers, giants.
I just showed you that image. So one of the first images was the Terminator movie. Check this video out.
China unveiled its latest full-size humanoid robot, the T-800. Yes, indeed, that is the same model number of the Terminator.
Do you know that China's actual network is actually called Skynet? Did you know that?
What?
Yep. Look at that, bro. China named their overarching program Skynet.
Here's the AI summary. We'll use the demons to ask about it. In China, Skynet primarily refers to the world's largest AI-powered mass surveillance network. State media claims network can scan the entire Chinese population in under a second with high accuracy, though it has drawn widespread international concern regarding privacy and civil liberties.
Try to get
what
you
the
to...
heck, bro? So they've got Skynet and they're building T-800s. So if you guys have watched the Terminator series, so in the original Terminator movie, Arnold is the T-800.
I'll be back.
Why of all names would you name it the T-800?
Bro, maybe China's not watching the Terminator, or maybe, and it's prophetic. That's my guess. Maybe the people watching the movies were like,
I'm pretty sure
visions.
they're aware of the Terminator movies.
I don't know, man. It's crazy. Why
I
would
don't
they do that?
understand how more people don't make the link between Skynet and Starlink. Like Sky,
Starlink.
Net,
Oh, yeah.
Link. Like Starlink. Like to me, Starlink is literally Skynet under a different name.
You're right. It's close. But China has one that's actually called Skynet, and they have T-800 now.
Yeah, that's not diabolical at all.
So that's worse in my mind. Where are they building the Matrix? Is the Matrix being built in Geneva, Switzerland, at CERN?
An alarming new warning from U.S. and partner intelligence agencies saying AI cyber attacks could overwhelm defenses in just months. The Five Eyes group is urging businesses and governments to prepare. The Trump administration is calling on AI company Anthropic to prevent foreign nationals from using its tech. Several AI executives, including the CEO of Anthropic, have also expressed concerns about the technology.
An orangutan hired a hitman to get revenge on her childhood bully and actually paid him. Researchers had been studying a group of wild orangutans in Indonesia for 13 years. In 2009, they saw a younger female named Condor approach an elder named Sidoni to see her baby. She was attacked for getting too close, and Condor would apparently never forget that moment and turned it into a long-standing grudge. Now, female orangutans are usually incredibly peaceful to each other, so this grudge shocked researchers. But Condor was about to really escalate. 5 years after Sidoni's attack, Condor had her first child, which soon passed away, all while Sidoni was happily raising her second. Shortly after losing her own, Condor recruited a massive male named Echo to act as a hired gun. Together, they went into Sidoni's territory and found her with her newest baby. For over 30 minutes, they worked as a highly coordinated hit squad, with Echo attacking as Condor blocked escape routes. And when the attack was over, Condor and Echo were seen mating, which researchers believe was his payment.
But they're also singing like twisted Christmas carols or songs that people liked in life, like their favorite song. And they were singing like Jingle Bells. Yeah. They'll be singing songs like that, torturing people, and the way they talk is like it rhymes somehow. They rhyme all of their words. And it's almost like they sing their words, and it feels like they're all around you, like when they're talking, and it overwhelms your senses. And they'll be singing things that you know, it's like they're rapping, but they're not rapping, but they sound like some of these street rappers, like the ones that say they blacked out and then they started saying things that are super demonic and they don't remember what they said or whatever. They sound like that. Like, what I can describe it like is like, there's a song by the Bloodhound Gang from back in the 90s or whatever, and they talk vulgar. They're disgusting, coarse, vulgar. They cuss more than a person from New York, and that's saying a lot. No offense to you people from New York, but I'm from New York, and I get it. I've never met anyone that cusses more than a New Yorker until I was in hell. And it'll be like, they'll be talking, their voices echoing, kind of like when you find a ray gun in whatever that game is, and it makes this sound. My friend Levi told me about this, or showed me it recently, and I was like, that's it. That's very similar. It's not exact, but it's very similar. And they'll be like, sweat, baby, sexes, Texas, track me, and you do the kind of things that only Prince would sing about. So put your hands down my pants, and I bet you'll feel nuts. Stuff like that. Or if I capsize in the price high tide, give me 5, you sunk my battleship. Please turn me on, I'm Mr. Coffee with the automatic drip. They say worse, more vulgar things like that. Made me feel disgusting to say that. That had to come from a demon. And that's how they talk, though. And they'll use songs like that to torment people.
Okay, so I don't usually believe in conspiracy theories, but y'all gotta tell me, this is crazy. All these people had on a specific color blue at the gym today. On TV, it was everywhere. Like, come on now. And I was literally supposed to wear that same color and then end up changing my mind last minute. But come on now. Even the machine, my water bottle, a cart.
Mike Batista here. The footage you're about to watch contains documented evidence of an interdimensional being suspended within a plasma-type orb. This footage was captured by the Psionic Asset team while conducting a field operation in a remote location of Florida. Billy Kryzak will be doing a full analysis on this video, and more details to follow.
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics.
Apparently I have different timelines because Lavender in my OG timeline, Lavender now. And Crayola would agree. Like, what?
Now, she might have been reaching just a bit because I've seen lavender in a few different shades, so I'm not too much convinced about that one.
This proof we live in a simulation. Why would these microscopic creatures look so ridiculous? They look like science fiction.
They're totally real. It's like the jokes on us humans. What explains these ridiculous beings? Is it nature and evolution? God has a sense of humor? Or is it a glitch in the Matrix?
It's been over a week since the tragic death of Oliver Tree, so here's everything we know so far. On June 14th, the 32-year-old singer was killed when 2 helicopters collided over Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, killing all 6 people on board. One of the helicopters crashed into a car dealership and burst into flames, setting multiple vehicles on fire. One of the most disturbing details came from a witness who said he saw a passenger jump from one of the helicopters after the collision, but before it struck the ground. Authorities never confirmed who that person was, but if the account is accurate, it means at least one victim may have been aware of what was happening in the final moments before the crash. The accident was reportedly so severe that Oliver Tree was left unrecognizable, with authorities forced to rely on dental records because of the condition of his remains after the fire. Among the other victims were Argentine YouTuber Gatsby, music producer Lucas Froda, director Lucas Vignali, and both pilots. In a chilling twist, another producer who was reportedly supposed to be on the flight backed out last minute because he was afraid of flying. More than a week later, investigators still haven't determined exactly what caused the collision. Authorities are reviewing flight records, radio communications, radar data, and the movement of both helicopters in the moments before impact. While some reports have suggested possible human error, investigators have not released an official cause and have warned that the investigation could take years to complete. This uncertainty has fueled widespread speculation about what actually happened. In a recent interview, the father of Argentine YouTuber Gatsby, one of the victims alongside Oliver Tree, said he personally believes the crash was an attack rather than an accident. He didn't provide evidence for this claim, and authorities have not indicated foul play was involved. However, the comments have resonated with many people online, where theories continue to circulate that there may have been something more going on than a simple aviation accident. For now, investigators have not found evidence supporting these claims, but until an official cause is released, the questions surrounding the crash are likely to continue. Since the crash, Oliver's remains have been returned to California, and his family has begun carrying out one of his final wishes. Rather than leaving his wealth to relatives, he wanted to use it to support artists through a foundation called Dr. Oliver Tree's extremely epic grant for baby geniuses, which is now being created in his honor.
So many Europeans have been visiting America and are absolutely falling in love with the food here. TSA has been forced to put out a statement warning foreigners about smuggling food back into their home country. Specifically, they're doing it with ranch because I guess that doesn't really exist over there. So Europeans are literally buying it in bulk and stuffing it in their suitcases, which is completely against TSA guidelines. So their Twitter account literally posted this saying, "Please stop bringing ranch to the airport." But someone should probably tell these visitors about the ranch packets because technically they could fill up a whole suitcase with this stuff, and it technically does not violate any rules because it's not liquid.
What do you think you'll take away from your visit here in the United States, back to Germany?
Ranch. I love ranch. I tasted here and it's delicious. And I take 2 bottles with home, with you.
Now, the food in America is delicious, but there's a whole lot of pharmaceutical and scientific reason behind it.
You don't think Earth is flat? I fly a lot. One time I took a 25-hour flight, and the plane never did this. Slowly? If you're on the map, if U.S. is here and another country is there, when I was going to that country, the plane never did that. That's all I said.
This is your reminder that this actress from Hocus Pocus is also this actress from King of the Hill.
Text show up backwards in a mirror. Like my shirt, for example, says NASA, but in the mirror, it kind of looks like it says A to A. You might think that's just a property of mirrors. They flip things from left to right, but that's not true. Take, for example, this object, an arrow clearly facing from left to right. But it's also facing left to right in the mirror. I mean, no matter how I orient this object, it's going to have the exact same direction in the real world as it does in the mirror world.
Yes.
So if mirrors don't flip objects, why does text show up as flipped? Well, there's actually an explanation for this. Let me demonstrate. If I take this book, clearly the title is forwards, but in the mirror, it's backwards. Contrast that with the text I've written on this transparent Ziploc bag.
I haven't done anything yet.
Forward text in the real world, but also forward text in the mirror.
Okay.
Well, that's because I did something different with the bag than with the book. With the book, you can clearly already see the cover of the book, but in order to see it in the mirror, I have to flip it, because right now you're looking at the backside. To see the cover, I physically flip the book and thus flip the text. Compare that with the Ziploc bag.
So this is just common sense.
Anything, because the bag is transparent.
Yeah,
so
this one I'm fine with.
Also
What if I told you that they've been lying to you about creativity?
You ask any artist, the music is a success upon creation. When you give it to somebody like a Rolling Stone or a Vibe and they start critiquing it, then your perception changes. But that's looking through somebody else's eyes. So again, we gauge success based upon what we feel in our hearts. We've shut our minds off now. Minds should be used for what they were made for, filing cabinets. We think with our hearts.
I'm not saying feedback is bad. Feedback is very useful, but somewhere along the way, we started trusting other people's opinions more than our own when it comes to our creativity. The mind is really great at organizing information and solving problems, but creativity comes from something deeper. If what you created feels honest and meaningful, don't let somebody else's perspective convince you otherwise. Creativity dies when expression becomes approval-seeking.
Outside of the IRS's headquarters in Carlton, Maryland is something seated very strategic and very intentional. Here outside the IRS headquarters, you can see the pillars of Boaz with a hand placed on each pillar, and also the Eye of Providence or the pyramid. Now we see Masonic symbolism everywhere, but I think it's even more alarming that they're in front of the IRS's building, considering they control most of our money. Both of these pillars are made from the finest of marble. They also have 13 stripes up and down each pillar, black and white representing duality or the union of opposites. Of course, we see the checkerboard theme in all of the Masonic lodges, all of the checkerboard floors. There's also a similar monument found in Israel. This is also featuring the pillars of Boaz and the pyramid. If you look at these hands, one hand is pointed upward with the other fingers closed. The other hand has all of the fingers opened, and it is pointing upward as well. I've seen a couple theories on what this means, but we know that these represent the polar opposites. Some say that the pointing hand is the representation of the union with a god. Here's a picture of the Greek god Hermes pointing towards the heavens. Many say this is taken after him. Some say the other hand, featuring all the fingers open, represents the halting of the communion of God, or maybe a relationship with the carnal rather than the spiritual. Numerology and gematria are very common parts of Freemasonry. You can decipher many hidden messages through numbers and letters. So sometimes the Eye of Providence is featured with 13 bricks, and obviously these bricks represents the steps to the Great Architect or Enlightenment. So the 13 steps of the 13 stripes could represent the journey that the Masons take. The 13th letter of the alphabet is M. If you look at the Freemason apron, you can see the M. This envelope, it looks like an M. If you look at ancient Egyptian Kemetic hieroglyphics, the letter M is associated with the owl. Now, I've made a video in the past regarding the Bohemian Grove and that giant owl that they have named Malak But there you can see that they're obsessed with their owls. If you look at their Masonic lodges, at the corners of these buildings, they'll have little owl statues, a type of protection. When owls fly, they fly silently. They're also nocturnal, so they can see in the dark. They're exceptional hunters, and they're known for strategic warfare. That kind of ties in Minerva. Now you also have this pyramid here with the white capstone representing the Enlightenment from the Great Architect. But on this pyramid it says, "We the People." If you look at this pyramid where "We the People" is written, it's written in the dark part of the pyramid. It is not written on the enlightened or the illuminated part. It's because ultimately we the people are the ones that sit in darkness. These are the people who are not illuminated. These are the people who are not elite and part of this secret society.
Walking along the Mississippi River, and I've found a very strange creature I need identified. What is that thing? It looks like a squid or an octopus of some kind.
Recently, a video has been going viral online that shows something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Dead people and even deceased pets recreated inside portable holographic devices, interacting as if they were still alive. In China, this is becoming a reality through AI death bots, which use advanced technology to recreate deceased loved ones as interactive digital clones, from holograms to fully immersive VR avatars, allowing people to converse with them again. This growing demand has fueled a booming industry reported to be worth over $6 billion and expanding rapidly. Although some view the idea as unsettling or even dystopian, others see it as a powerful, deeply personal way to cope with grief.
Now, let me just tell you straight out, the best way to deal with grief is just accept. And it doesn't even matter the situation, you know? All situations need acceptance in order to move on. Keeping a picture of your deceased loved one, that might cause more anguish and mental issues, if you ask me, but definitely tap in and let me know what you think.
The Niagara papers said the extinct giants are buried in the burial mounds across the Americas.
Fisher, defend yourself.
2015, me and my homies was looking for places to go. That's gonna pick up on the camera. 2015, me and my homies is in Winnemucca, Nevada, looking for places to grieve. In Winnemucca, you go to their museum, they had giant bones in there.
Stay focused. There's
From the burial mounds.
There's no telling what the captors are doing.
They had it in there. Smithsonian comes, sees everything. Now it's not there. Why is that? If you want to keep a people with amnesia in the dark, you don't let them know their history.
You got a point.
Oh no.
These are others' words about you. Loner, selfish, single-minded, arrogant, aloof, relentless, obsessed, ruthless. Why are you laughing?
Because they're all true.
They are all.
Case in point, Kobe Bryant absolutely accepted who he was, so people's opinions about him didn't even matter, not even a little bit.
During a hunting trip deep in the forest, a man suddenly stopped in his tracks after noticing movement between the trees. Something tall stepped into view. It was a dark humanoid figure walking upright on two legs. But what immediately stood out were the long horns rising from its head. Its arms swung slowly, and its hands looked strangely human.
Don't look up here. Please don't look up here.
Instinct kicked in, and the hunter quickly slipped behind a tree, staying completely still. The creature kept moving through the woods, then briefly turned its head in his direction, as if sensing something nearby. He didn't dare move. After a few tense seconds, the figure continued deeper into the forest and disappeared.
No te lo vas a creer.
¿Lo ves? Parece una máscara. ¿Te está viendo?
¿Qué crees que pasó? No te lo vas a creer.
¿Lo ves? Parece una máscara. ¿Te está viendo?
¿Qué crees que pasó?
Suppose you have an extra gun? Escort mission complete. The hostage is safe now. Let's get out of here.
Who's there?
This man began to pray as something terrifying happened in this abandoned building.
Bismillah. Bismillah. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا إله إلا الله
There is a prisoner here that is fighting.
لا إله إلا الله
Search for
لا
the
لا لا لا
location.
لا إله إلا الله.
Use these to crack open a relic.
What's creepy is that the toy head seems to be raising itself, or as if someone else is raising it. Whatever it may be, it is still very unsettling and disturbing. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Have you ever experienced deja vu? You know, you're somewhere brand new, never been there before, you're sure of it. And then out of nowhere, your brain goes, I've been here before. I've been in this moment before. And then suddenly it's gone. It's all back to being brand new. That's deja vu. This is how it works. Most people assume this means you've experienced this before, or whether it be in a dream, past life, or some kind of memory. But scientists actually think it's a timing issue. So like when you have a normal moment, your brain is quietly filing that into your memory stores. So your brain's doing two things. It's experiencing something and then it's filing it away just a moment later. Deja vu is where that mechanism somehow gets flipped. The filing part fires a second early. So the moment is getting stamped as a memory, even though you've never experienced it before. And it actually spikes if you're tired, stressed, overstimulated. Basically, whenever your brain's timing is sloppy. And it's more common the younger you are, because as you get older, you experience it less.
Steven Spielberg's latest film is not what you think. While Disclosure Day seems like another UFO movie, it is actually secretly about the Church of Scientology. Spielberg hasn't mentioned this, but the parallels are impossible to ignore. Both deal with aliens, religion, and ascending to a higher level of consciousness. Let's take a deeper look at Disclosure Day to uncover what Spielberg is really telling us. By the end of this video, you will see exactly why this film is just Scientology repackaged. In Disclosure Day, a secret government corporation named Vortex is hiding aliens to steal their technology. After a cybersecurity expert and a meteorologist are visited by these beings, they discover the aliens aren't there to harm them, but to help them. The two join forces to expose the truth about Vortex and reveal the existence of aliens. Now you may be thinking, how in the world is this about the Church of Scientology? At first glance, it seems like just another UFO movie that we have seen millions of times. But when you actually pull back the layers of this movie, how they present the alien encounters, and how they help humanity ascend, you start to see Scientology's influence all over this movie. The movie instantly shows you this with how they choose to depict the encounters with aliens. The way they frame these visitations is not like what is seen in most other movies. They aren't trying to abduct people for experiments. They're trying to wake them up to help them transcend. It all starts when out of nowhere, a meteorologist named Margaret is visited by a bird. This wasn't just a regular bird, it was an alien sent to wake her up. Throughout the movie, these beings always appear as different animals. They choose to come in this form to seem non-threatening to humans. When Margaret sees the bird, it immediately activates psychic abilities she didn't remember having. The reason this happened is because when she was a child, she was abducted by these beings and was taught how to unlock this ability. This part comes directly from the concept of Scientology called reaching the state of clear. Scientology is way too complicated to break down, but pretty much, they think people are some sort of mixture between cosmic aliens and ancient gods they call Thedans. They believe that over billions of years, these beings became trapped in bodies and lost their superhuman abilities due to trauma, memory loss, and other reasons. The whole point of becoming a Scientologist is to use a special technique called auditing to unlock those suppressed memories in order to activate your godlike power. This is what they call OT, or operating Thetan, and it is exactly what is shown in this scene with Margaret. When Margaret sees the bird, it triggers suppressed memories and unlocks her supernatural abilities. She instantly discovers she can speak multiple languages, including a language that only the aliens can speak. She also develops the power of psychic empathy, which allows her to communicate with people emotionally. In this scene, the bird helped Margaret achieve OT. It acted as the auditing technique that helped her remember what she really was, which allowed her to unlock her superhuman abilities.
Are aliens real?
It's interesting. The answer is I don't know. It is something that I have sworn to myself. I'm now a year and a half into this job, that I would go through all of the highly classified information about everything that we know about UFOs. I just haven't done it yet. It's like one of these crazy things where you get in the job and the day-to-day just takes over. So I haven't done that yet. But I mean, look, I believe in things, and I think that they're true, and I think that they're rational, but I recognize that there may be even crazier than the idea that there are extraterrestrials. Like, I believe that a Jewish man about 2,000 years ago was the only begotten Son of God, was literally crucified and then rose from the 3 days later. Like, I recognize that sounds a little out there, but I think that it's true, and I 100% believe that people have mystical experiences. I'm a believer in mystical experiences. I don't think they happen that often, but I think that people have experiences that are impossible to explain if you have a purely narrow, hyper-rational view of the world. In other words, I think the hyper-rational view of the world is actually not totally accurate. There's some weird shit out there.
So you think aliens could be real?
I do.
Well, you guys, hey, that's another one in the books, man. Hey, I do appreciate you for always stopping by and watching one with me. If you haven't already, do me the biggest favor and hit that like button for me, hit that hype button, and subscribe if you're not already a part of the iTrack fam, and I will definitely catch you on the next one.
Mission complete. Hostage is safe now. Let's get out of here.
I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is.
And they appear to be the Nagas that were reported in the Hindu scriptures, which again is a reptilian race that, unlike the others, was actually wanting our best good.
Hey everyone, I hope you're having an amazing day. In today's video, we're going to dive into all types of mysterious and strange videos that no one can explain online. Hit that like and subscribe button as we dive through these videos and try to make sense of all this madness.
These lines were made for eyes in the sky. Deep in Peru's desert, the Nazca lines stretch for miles. Monkeys, spiders, hummingbirds. Even the strange figure called the astronaut, created nearly 2,000 years ago by removing dark stones from the desert floor. Why make giant art that can only be seen from above?
Because they had some type of device, maybe, that they were flying and they could see it. Why else would they make it?
I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is. Eventually people are going to say, what the hell is going on? It's just too nuts. It's not enough to say it's nuts. You have to explain why it's so nuts. The systems which are in place to keep the world sane are utterly inadequate to the forces that have been unleashed.
I wonder what he would think now with AI running amok.
Some of the latest stuff that I've been learning from Emery Smith, this guy that worked in a deep underground military base, or DUMB, dumb, okay, nice acronym, tells us that after a while of these autopsies that he claims he was doing on extraterrestrial specimens, now this is a guy I've known for 10 years, he's finally come forward and said, yes, I personally witnessed 3,000 different types of extraterrestrial specimens while I worked for this military covert project. And what he's telling us now in some of the latest tapings that haven't aired yet is that as the project went on, he started to get assistance from extraterrestrial species. There were different types that were helping him. Some of them looked more like us, but they might have larger ears or some unusual, something that's a little bit different. Others looked very different. He had ant people where their heads looked like it was kind of like an ant, but the antlers were stubby. Very similar to what Corey Goode has said. Actually identical. He had people that looked like grasshoppers, okay? But then he describes that you're not actually scared around them, even though they have compound eyes, because they're telepathic, and they have a great sense of humor, as it turns out. They're always joking around with you. He actually described that there was a positive reptilian group. This is new. We always thought reptilians were always evil. There's another group that doesn't have vertical slit pupils, where they look kind of more of like a morph between the reptilian type and a human type, and they just have really large kind of roundish eyes that look more like our eyes. And those types are actually very positive. And they appear to be the Nagas that were reported in the Hindu scriptures, which again is a reptilian race that, unlike the others, was actually wanting our best good.
What in the Men in Black is going on here?
Not really hollow. There are cities underneath the earth, and they've been down there. The people went down there at the fall of Atlantis. There's a whole city. It's got a sun, it's got water, it's got lakes, it's got animals. It's beautiful, and they're more highly advanced than we are. But that is inside of the earth.
Thousands of years old, I understand.
Oh, it's been down there since Atlantis.
We are the pyramid builders.
The survivors of Atlantis, some of them went into the hollow earth. The entrances are found underneath the pyramids of the world. They had the entrances to the hollow earth, and the pyramids were built on top of the entrances. This means the one in Egypt, the one in South America, anywhere there's a pyramid, there will be an entrance going down into the hollow earth.
Well, that's interesting, because if we pull up those latest LiDAR scans under, what was it, the Giza pyramids, I believe, it looked like a giant elevator under the pyramid leading down to something several miles down. So when they're talking about you can get to Agartha from under the pyramids, that's extremely interesting. Speaking of pyramids, check out these artifacts in Egypt.
Yes, Tutankhamun's tomb was looted twice before it was discovered by Howard Carter in 1922. I'm not totally surprised that tour guides skip over this fact to emphasize the grandeur of the tomb and all of the objects found inside. But yes, it was looted twice in antiquity, and a decent amount of objects have been lost. Let's talk about it. When Howard Carter excavated down the stairway to the main entrance of the tomb, the wall looked like it was intact, but they quickly noticed that a portion of it had been replastered and resealed. They were obviously very happy when they poked a small hole to peer inside to see the vast treasures of Tutankhamun. But when they began to properly document the tomb, they discovered the destruction of the looters. This is honestly one of the only pictures that I've ever found that actually show where all of the looters' holes were in all of the different entrances of the chambers. Now, the looters originally were only able to enter the antechamber and the annex. This hole was actually created by Howard Carter himself. For the most part, the antechamber was in okay condition, but there were a couple things that were a little bit off. The worst part was actually the annex. The archaeologists found it in an extreme disarray, with these boxes turned over and then stuffed with objects that probably weren't in there originally. Now, we don't really have a lot of examples of a perfectly intact pharaonic tomb, but we can use examples like the tomb of Ka and Meretz in Deir el-Medina, where all of the objects in the tomb were carefully placed and carefully arranged when it was discovered. Here's another picture, as well as a colorized version of the image of the annex and just kind of the general disarray with all of these objects kind of out of the different boxes that were meant to be there. Now, one of the biggest indications that there was a looting is there is a lack of certain objects in this tomb that we would expect to see. And this indicates that these are the pieces that were the most lucrative items for looters to take, as well as the easiest for them to take quickly. These are solid metalwork objects, linen, glass pieces, oils, and unguents, which were not really found in the tomb at all. Many of the chests in the annex are thought to have held Tutankhamun's jewelry, but almost nothing was found in those chests.
I heard they found honey that you could still eat. Ancient Egyptian honey that you could still eat because I guess something in the honey makes it so it never goes bad. Would you try it?
Archaeologists estimate that about 60% of his jewelry is actually missing. Most of what we do have was found on his mummy or in the treasury room, which was never touched by the looters. Some of the craziest examples of the looting are fingerprints inside a couple of the alabaster jars, showing that someone scooped out this material, which is estimated that it could have actually been an opium mixture, though this technically has not been tested yet. The lootings probably took place shortly after his burial, and then after each of the lootings, the priests who would patrol the Valley of the Kings resealed the tomb and stuffed stuff back into boxes. Eventually, workers from Deir el-Medina built temporary huts for them to sleep in the valley overnight on top of the entrance, which helped conceal the tomb from further looters and from early archaeologists. Yes, Tutankhamun's tomb was looted twice before it was discovered by Howard Carter in 1922.
Shout out to Melissa for that interesting fact. It just makes you think, well, what did they take? What was in there? And there's no telling how many more tombs are out there.
Free, unlimited energy for the entire world. They really tried to tell us it wasn't possible. Alright, calm down there, Mr. First Law of Thermodynamics, because we had one of the smartest people in history on the job. It said that Nikola Tesla actually invented a system for free, wireless electricity accessible by everyone on Earth. Turns out, he may not have been the one who came up with it, but was using ancient knowledge over 5,000 years old. Tesla is famously quoted as saying, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. What was he trying to tell us? He has quite the resume. The founder of alternating current, which runs our entire power grid today, and was also a huge advocate of free wireless electricity, which is exactly what his Wardenclyffe Tower project intended to do. A structure that was designed to harness energy from the natural vibrations of the Earth and convert them into electric potential. Exactly what the Giza power plant theory suggests the pyramids were built and used for. Tesla publicly demonstrated his use of wireless electricity by famously lighting light bulbs without any wires attached to them. Wardenclyffe Tower was the scaled up version of that, and millionaire J.P. Morgan saw incredible potential in profiting from Tesla's ideas, so he helped fund the construction of this tower. And just like the pyramids, it was built directly on top of underground aquifers, cavities beneath the surface with powerful flowing water that produced natural vibrations, using copper wires and iron rods extending deep beneath the surface to transmit this energy up through the tower and into the atmosphere, then distribute that energy wirelessly around the world for anyone to use through a conductive layer of Earth's ionosphere. According to him, Earth was a giant electrical generator spinning around two magnetic poles, which it is, and it produces a ton of energy. In the 1897 patent Tesla filed, he claimed that at a certain altitude above the Earth, there's a stratum of air that can conduct electric currents, which at the time was considered wacky pseudoscience, but in 1952 was discovered to actually exist, known as the Schumann resonances. Through this conductive layer of the atmosphere, the electricity would theoretically be distributed around the world via a network of receiving towers. Tesla, along with many eyewitness reports, claimed that the tests of the tower in 1903 were incredibly successful. They lit up the night sky and even powered nearby objects. Newspapers even reported on it, like this: Tesla's amazing plan to harness free currents, back when you could actually report on the news without getting censored. But ask any debunker who wasn't there and they'll tell you these towers didn't produce enough electricity to be useful and were also harmful to anyone near them. In order for this network of wireless energy to work, it would need quite a few of these towers in key locations around the world. When Tesla asked JP for more money to continue his work, Mr. Morgan took a look and realized it wouldn't end well for him if he continued. JP Morgan owned General Electric, AT&T, copper and coal mines, lumber yards, rubber plants, steel mills, railroads, all of which required the consumption of traditional fuels to keep running. If he invested in more of these towers to deliver virtually free energy to everyone in the world, it would render the rest of his businesses obsolete. So he cut off funding and even told his rich friends to ignore this project.
While they're talking about this topic, did you hear that nuclear, that all these data centers, they may be going nuclear, so that may be something you want to look into, because I believe right now most of the data centers use gas, natural gas, but it sounds like they're trying to do a transition into nuclear. Now, I don't know how safe that is, but it sounds like they need to activate this Schumann resonance, aka the ionosphere, aka this ether up in the air, to be honest with you.
Despite Tesla sending him monthly letters asking for more money for 5 years straight, Tesla lost his funding, the tower was destroyed, and he died relatively poor, having all of his work seized by the government after his death, never to be seen again. And strangely enough, the Government Office of Alien Property was standing by and ready to take a shit as soon as Tesla passed in 1943, raiding his New York City apartment and warehouses, confiscating all documents, some of which were given to a certain John G. Trump. Quite an interesting tale for another time. Skeptics love calling Tesla a mad scientist crackpot, dismissing this theory as pure fiction, but his list of inventions is among the most impressive out of almost anyone in history. Along with his revolutionary experiments, Tesla invented AC electricity, which powers your home, and the electric motor, everything you see here, as well as the remote control, the radio, improvements to the X-ray, and even predicted smartphones and the internet back in 1926. He's quoted as saying, "When wireless is perfectly applied, the whole Earth will be converted into a huge brain. We shall be able to communicate with one another instantly, irrespective of distance." That's exactly what we have today. Pause if you want to read the whole quote, which may I remind you is 100 years old. His proposed network of towers would have supplied unlimited, clean, and basically free energy worldwide, using the principles of the Giza power plant theory, which Tesla was actually a firm believer in. He was fascinated by the pyramids of ancient Egypt and even drew inspiration from them in his work, with his devices even being referred to as Tesla's electromagnetic pyramid, based on his designs depicting the movement of energy in his towers. Well, the pyramids are suspected to have been built for the same purpose, drawing vibrational energy from the earth and distributing it around the world through the atmosphere. Would that have even been possible 5,000 years ago? Turns out it might have, with some even claiming proof as far back as 30,000 years old. I explained exactly how it would have worked back then, and we're not done diving into this one, so check it out for more.
They need to make some airship data centers. Like I see that all these data centers are popping up making these noises. They need to throw them boys on the airship and then have it charging off the ether. That's an idea. If we all get together, we might be able to do something. According to this theory, you could put an airship in the air and never have to come down. You know, if you can grow crops on the airship and it's continuously being charged, you know, you got a perpetual airship. You know, now it makes sense of why they had those giant statues that no one can explain earlier in this video. You know, why would they make these mile-long art? It was gigantic art for people passing by.
So Einstein was put in by the Rockefellers to get somebody to debunk the ether. You have the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds who own the entire education system throughout the entire world. You know, someone says, I study at a school in this country. It's the same thing that you learn in the other countries. You can see it now today in all the countries where the schooling system is working. During the 1889, there was, I believe it was the Morley experiment, which was debunking the ether. That was the first step. And then secondly, they brought in Einstein, who Einstein was a USPS worker, which is funny. He was a post office worker. And I'm not insulting post office workers, but the fact that this guy became the super genius of all of this and they said all these things and what they do is they put these people in, and then these people become very popular, and so he was funded so that he could go against the ether. When you get rid of the ether after the 1920s, you call it now quantum. That's what people know this as. They're like quantum theory and this and blah, blah, blah. But once you remove the ether, you also remove pretty much the spirit aspect of everything. And this is what Steiner talked about, that there's the fifth element, the spirit aspect of everything. So Einstein was put in by the rock.
Interesting. I did see a post not too long ago. It was from the White House, and it was like something quite quantum mode activated. You know, how ironic is that? As much as quantum we used to hit on my intros. Let me find it so y'all know I'm not making this up. Quantum mode. Look, quantum ore. This is from the U.S. Department of Energy. Now, keep in mind, and it just so happened, all Tesla's documents went to who?
Warehouses confiscating all documents, some of which were given to a certain John G. Trump. Quite an interesting tale for another time.
So, what an interesting correlation. I want to hear your guys' thoughts below.
This prehistoric great white shark skull fossil is one of the most important shark fossils ever found on Earth so far. But it's not a normal great white. This is an extinct ancestor called Hubble's white, named after Dr. Gordon Hubble here.
The upper teeth were in place. The lower teeth were scattered as they rotted out, they fell out. So the animal died, belly out.
It helped us understand how great whites evolved from lesser whites, and the serrations here show how they slowly became fully serrated teeth as they eventually became the great whites we know today. Even finding one great white shark tooth is considered rare and hard to do, but this shark has 222 teeth along with its vertebrae. Found in Peru, this area is considered to have the best preserved shark fossils in the world, but the country is no longer allowing any fossils to leave the country, unfortunately. There are rumors of even some megalodon jaws preserved here, so hopefully they allow researchers to safely study there soon. This is
I got a megalodon tooth right here. He's saying he's got a megalodon jaw? You know how massive that would be? If this is one tooth, you could probably fit a refrigerator through it.
This is actually just one small part of the greatest shark tooth collection in the world here. If you want to see the rest of Dr. Gordon Hubbell's collection, watch my full video here at my YouTube link just below.
It's that time of the day again. If you thought I wasn't going to hit you with another excellent specimen of the day today, think again. Feast your eyes on this tourmaline. It looks like a tourmaline on some type of quartz. And this is from Pakistan. Oh wait, what is going on here? They got a lot of crazy specimens. I don't know. Which one was your favorite? I'm going with the tourmaline that I was going to feature, but they hit us with a couple of them, didn't they? I like the glacier blue top on that one, and this one is extraordinary. This is unique. This gives me Terminator fireworks. We'll give this one a quick 8.5, Terminator fireworks. Then we go to the crystallized sea slug, 8.9. No, that was about an 8.4. But this is like a 9.2. 9.2, and we're going to call it the tourmaline peace sign. I want to hear your ratings and your names in the comments below for each specimen, and which one is your favorite out of those. I kind of went crazy on the Terminator fireworks, if I do say so myself. We all seen the movie Jurassic Park, but it sounds like they're really trying to work on it.
Extinction. By the year 2028, they want to de-extinct the woolly mammoth. And tonight, the startup Colossal Biosciences says they've successfully hatched nearly 30 chicks using artificial eggs. Yes, you heard that right. Here's a look at how they did it.
You did such a good job.
When I held the chick that came out of the artificial egg, what went through my mind was, this is amazing.
I mean, that is amazing. The goal is to use the artificial eggs to help de-extinct the moa, a bird from New Zealand that went extinct. Are you ready? 600 years ago. Colossal Biosciences Chief Biology Officer Andrew Pask joins us now for more. Wow, what a story. I mean, this is incredible work that you guys are doing. Take us through how the process started, and how long it took to hatch that first successful chick.
Yeah, we've been working on this for a really long time now to try and perfect an artificial system that really recreates.
Look how massive this bird is they're trying to recreate. This is like a monster-sized ostrich, guys.
It's exactly what would happen during the normal egg when a bird develops. And the reason we needed to make this artificial egg is because we're trying to bring back this bird species, the moa that you mentioned before, which was a 12-foot tall bird that used to roam across the New Zealand landscape.
It's a giraffe and an ostrich mixed.
And it was hatched from an egg about the size of a football. And there's currently no birds today that produce an egg anywhere near that big. So we needed to work on creating this artificial egg environment that we could then use to hatch this species. But also we can use it for a whole host of other bird species that are critically endangered and struggling with reproduction and producing healthy offspring.
Yeah, it sounds like size matters on this one because the moa's egg, I understand, is about 80 times the size of a chicken egg. I guess that's why you needed to develop this technology.
Yeah, it's an absolutely huge egg, and so we had to really think very carefully about how we engineered this device. We needed something that was going to work just like a natural egg, but also that was really scalable. And so we had to work, with bioengineers, with mechanical engineers, with biologists like myself, to really try and understand these incredible properties that the egg has. So although an eggshell looks really solid, if you ever hold a chicken eggshell up to a really bright light, you'll see there's actually lots of tiny little holes all throughout it. it. And that's really important for gas exchange. So as that chick is developing inside the egg, it needs to exchange a lot of gases, it needs a lot of energy that it gets from the yolk, and we need to completely recreate all of that in our artificial egg system. And we really wanted to work on one that kept the process as natural as possible so that we could have really normal chick development right the way through until hatching. And so this whole process, you know, we've been working on it for a couple of years from a design perspective to then actually putting in these early chicken eggs. And what we do is that the chicken will lay an egg, and we bring that into the lab. Then we very carefully will cut that eggshell open, and we'll put that egg straight into this artificial egg environment that then goes into an incubator, and then we can watch the whole process of development. And I think you're seeing the device now. One of the things we really wanted to engineer into this is this really big window that you can see on the top, so that we can really carefully study that entire process of bird development right from the very beginning, right up until the end, where you can see it starting to get little feathers and then eventually start to push through that membrane and hatch from the artificial egg.
And what's the timeline from beginning to end of trying to hatch a moa with an artificial egg? What's the timeline again?
Yeah, so moa's probably gestated for a couple of months. So we have, quite a long window, maybe 60 plus days that we would need to grow our little moa. These chickens that you're seeing here now are 3 weeks. So they take about 20, 21 days to actually go from the egg going into the device to then actually hatching a healthy little chicken out from that egg.
If you know, you know.
Because what was it, like last year or a couple years ago, they made the dire wolf, I guess, and we haven't heard too much about them. Who knows how big they are now? For all we know, they got them training with military night ops. That's kind of cool, actually. And what's up with these birds? They trying to make us eat this now instead of chickens? Someone in the comments is like, chickens is a genetically modified animal as well. We just was looking at pandas the other day. They're suspect. If a panda was a genetic experiment, why would they make it? Just for like a pet? And what about the red pandas? Because you'll see different style pandas. Like the red panda kind of resembles like a fox or like a raccoon. So did they mix like a panda and raccoon? How did that pop off? That's all we got for today's video. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit that like and subscribe button, because I try to do these videos every single day. And I love to see you around here. And if you made it to the end, drop the code word in the comments so I know you're real and you really rock with your boy. The code word for today is strange experiments. Go ahead and drop strange experiments in the comments below. When you do that, that lets me know you're a real one. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm going to see you guys soon.
Pokemon Community Games says a wild Crabominable appears. Catch it using Poke Catch.
This is a warning. If you're a scammer and you think it's us on the other end, there's one thing you should never say.
What is your YouTube channel? You tell me.
Especially if you forgot to cover your webcam. This is a member of the scam group we're going after today. They think they're smart, but what they don't realize is that before they even answer the phone, we're already onto them. Let me explain. Over the past few months, we've been developing new ways.
Yeah, this is the view from my window. You're never gonna guess what it looks like from the outside.
This is the prehistoric lamprey.
The World Cup on the front of.
Make him up out of him! Make him up out of me! Ah! Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think.
Hey, welcome back to another Price is Right. I hope you all had a great freaking weekend. So happy Father's Day to everybody, all the dads out there, anybody that's being a dad, you know what you're doing. Great job, pat yourself on the back. But yeah, what's up y'all? Rest in peace Oliver Tree. That news kind of hit me hard and weirdly, so I'll talk about it more at the end of the video. But yeah, like I said, rest in peace. Really cool dude. Anyways, y'all know what time it is. It's time to dive down deep into some of the creepiest and freakiest videos I could find in the deepest, darkest corners of TikTok. And nah, these are not your ordinary videos. They're gonna be blowing your mind, making your head spin and having you question your reality. But of course, before we get started, let's go ahead and smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't so you don't miss out on any future content. And please, leave your thoughts down in the comments below. Let us know what's up. Other than that, y'all know what time it is. Let's go and dive right in, y'all. Let's get it.
There's a heavy unit approaching. It was already ripped from the hospital, but it just made it forward. It was already ripped from the hospital, but it just made it forward.
Everything moves in cycles. So twice a century, the ocean lets us know just how small we really are.
What's that movie where Tom Holland's little? Like Owen Wilson? Jeez. I don't know about all this. Dude, is Louisiana, is it even above water anymore? I know Hawaii's struggling. You better start buying boats. Don't care if it's a John, Joe, Jack, or Jill.
Strong. This is strong. This is it. This is the prehistoric lamprey. Let go?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let go?
Yeah.
Huh. Wow. Look at that. That's the strength of its suction.
Sir, grab me that creature. But sir, grab me that creature.
Man, don't even get me started.
Es una máquina esto. Llevo viendo esto y van 25 olas y no para el set.
No, y aparte
no para,
lo más loco que este tipo de ola es desde acá, porque generalmente era de allá, ¿no?
Sí, no para y no para y no para.
¿En la punta?
No, en la punta.
So basically what they're saying is,
no para,
I prematurely wore my Point Break t-shirt. Did Johnny get me too? Dude, if y'all are surfing on these waves, please be careful.
Llegan y se ve el horizonte, otras 20 olas más, 10 olas más. It's being fucking 20 waves.
So
non-stop.
Let's say he's like 20 as far as he can count.
Fucking impressive.
All of a sudden you speaking English now, huh?
I didn't say I didn't. You assume I didn't.
Assume I kick your little Beijing ass.
I mean, if you could speak in English, you could have just started with that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Do we want to watch the World Cup on the front of our vehicle?
Could you imagine seeing Bryce's ride on that?
This is so cool.
Is that chick from Full House? It's like this. Wow, that is pretty cool.
Oliver Tree's official TikTok account has just now been hacked. Yeah, I wish I was kidding about the situation, but last night someone was actually able to hack into Oliver Tree's TikTok account, and they were posting these weird comments on every single one of their videos just to promote like their own TikTok account. And it's gotten to the point where everybody has figured this out, and it's literally stuck on his page right now. But at the current moment, we literally have like 0 to no information on the guy who actually hacked Oliver Tree's TikTok account. For all we know, he could delete every single one of Oliver Tree's videos literally within seconds and just change the entire account to the way he wants it. I just truly can't comprehend someone actually doing this, because this is honestly such a devastating thing to see. Because if you're unfamiliar, Oliver Tree actually passed away just a couple days ago on June 14th, 2026, and we already got people trying to do messing with him, and it's just crazy that people will go to the extent to do anything to people's accounts after they pass away. But like I said, man, it's honestly crazy what they're doing to his account right now. I really feel bad for the dude, but I'll definitely keep y'all updated on this entire Oliver Tree situation.
Yeah, see, I saw people commenting from his account. I was like, wait a minute.
I made a video 4 days ago.
Bothering me out.
4 days ago.
Sent me down a rabbit hole.
I talked about how me and my husband, so I have a witness, saw what looked like a dead person. It was like in a cul-de-sac. A lady corrected me, a cul-de-sac. And it was literally right across the street from a Walmart. I don't want to cry. Like, I get emotional with stuff like this.
So apparently this video is viral right now in India. They captured a creature that looks like a Yeti. But watch. Dude, move out of the way. I can't see anything. Can you move out of the way? I don't know.
It wasn't even in the United States.
What do you guys think of it? I barely got to see it. Did you guys see it? What do you guys think? Is it real? Is it fake? I don't know. A lot of people were filming them.
Yup, human hair is not only being found rapidly growing out of reborn dolls, but these dolls are forming heartbeats inside their chest, and they might be starting to wake up now. People were terrified after viral videos showed inanimate dolls starting to grow human hair that did not match anyone the owners knew, with the doll being completely bald when they first bought it, and people are now saying whatever is inside these dolls is trying to come out. Haunting reports show a reborn doll was forcibly removed and taken to the same museum that locked the Annabelle doll away. A doll that was not classified as haunted, but as demonic, with people claiming the reborn doll's hair is growing faster than it should, and it has not stopped since it has arrived. But it gets darker as some are reporting the reborn doll started breathing in the middle of the night, with many warning that they might not only be alive, but what is breathing inside was never human.
No, that baby hair was not like that. That baby hair was smooth, clean, bald, and all of a sudden he had little like black specks, like little black ants.
While many believe they were possessed, experts say it's fiber displacement, hair that was already inside slowly pushing through. But that does not explain why the one at the Annabelle Museum still has not started.
It was right across from a Walmart. It was at night, and it was the scariest shit I have seen in the years I've been alive. Like, I haven't seen a movie, nothing has scared me like seeing that. And now to get on TikTok and see people saying zombie apocalypse, zombie. I can't believe that I saw that. I cannot believe that I saw that. I cannot. Now I'm like terrified now. Because there's people like y'all, everybody's walking around the world regular, going to work, getting off, working third shift, going to Walmart, doing all this shit like y'all regularly doing. And they are out here. I don't know what to do with this information.
Yo, y'all watching this tape right now? That means I didn't make it. Either I'm a prisoner or worse.
Rose to survive a horror movie.
Complete.
It's too big.
Probably the best. That little one looks like an entry core paper. The one on the right, that small one, that's probably for a scholarship. Get a close up of that. What I'd give to get a chance to go up in there. Are you fucking shit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count 5 different entry points to this alien base. This is the reason why I've stayed in Antarctica so long. Look at this fucking thing. I'm giving an interview about alien bases and one shows up right behind me. This is a daily thing here. This is something that has kept me in Antarctica because I want to know more. And without the proper military support, I can't go deeper into this because this is NATO territory. It's been closed off. But a guy can wonder and a guy can watch from a distance and document. We've got multiple cameras here so that we can try to get this footage and upload this to the internet where everyone can witness this for free. We don't have to hide this anymore. I'm so sick of the government hiding what's really going on here in Antarctica.
Man, R.I.P. Oliver Tree.
This Oliver Tree situation keeps getting stranger the more you look into it. So Oliver Tree passes away at 32 2 weeks before his 33rd birthday. Shortly before his trip to Brazil, he collaborates with another Mexican artist named Malcriada. And together they make a Mr. Pizza series, which is supposed to be this dreamlike weird core aesthetic. They're teaching kids to be aware of adults offering things like gifts and candy and Roblox cards for no reason. Teaching kids to be aware of strangers asking to meet them alone, basically teaching kids to spot the danger signs. And the bad guy in the video is named Mr. Pizza. And I'm sure we all know what pizza is by now. If not, you've probably been living under a rock. Now keep in mind, Oliver Tree left Atlantic Records on the 1st of April saying that he was frustrated with the label. And apparently he said it was like a nightmare. He was trying to release his album Love You Madly, Hate You Badly, and it was cancelled. Fast forward, he releases his album independently by himself after leaving Atlantic Records. Around the same time, he starts dropping these videos with Mr. Pizza. Now, I'm not saying anything for sure, I'm just saying that the timeline is interesting. But let me know what you guys think.
I'm starting to wonder what he knew.
This pond has jellyfish in it, and I'm not even kidding. So I'm in Colleyville in the middle of this retail center, and I saw a bunch of little jellyfish that were all about that big. I didn't even know that there was such thing as freshwater jellyfish.
Nice job, Bill.
Not.
Is that what they are?
New data reveals Caddo Parish in Shreveport has the highest levels of meth in the world. Officials with LSU Health Shreveport presented findings to the Caddo Parish Commission this week showing the results of a wastewater study that researchers say shows Caddo Parish in Shreveport has higher levels of methamphetamine than other subsets across the world.
My best educated guess is there's just a confluence of a lot of different vulnerability factors. There's not one thing that absolutely leads to it. Methamphetamine use is associated with lack of economic opportunities and hope about your future. It's
drugs and alcohol have ruined my life.
What are you saying? Whoa.
I know, and he doesn't have any limits, and he's big into the... Well, I've worked with Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg.
I've been down a lot of rabbit holes the last day, and really.
When I pass my family, no one's gonna get a penny. If I have a wife or kids or anything, not get a penny.
He doesn't. And see, like, I don't know if he was in that.
You and Mark.
He doesn't have any limits.
He seemed like
a crane operator from Texas just shared this video showing the recovery operation for the NetJets aircraft that came down on the highway in Laredo. Some airline pilots have commented on the video with emphasis on the fact that there's very little fire damage. The same crane operator posted a video showing the plane being taken away on trucks, and it was eventually taken to Laredo International Airport.
Bro, hopefully he has oxygen. He getting hot up there.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
San Antonio. Whoa. Really, that's Men in Black. He was trying to take off, but the Men in Black hit it with a gun, you know? On blast.
Pokemon Community Game says a wild beer fairing appears catch it using Poke Catch winners revealed in 90s.
Belum tenar ya. Ring belum tenar saya tanyakan kok ki buruan. Kok lo tahu apa ndak apa? Pelang-pelang dia. Iya phone Arya. Iya Arya. Arya bisa jual kan? Celotah. Rombeng Ria kan? Ya aku sebela ya. Ya.
It's covered in shit. A little bit of mud.
It's glass for UFO premium and iki besi for UFO premium. Yeah.
Premium.
I cannot believe I'm saying this, but we may be closer than ever to finding it. One of the biggest mysteries out there, especially in our lifetimes, is the mystery of flight MH370, where in 2014, 239 people mysteriously vanished on the Malaysian Airlines flight, and nobody knows what happened to it. Countless theories, documentaries, all kinds of things out there, and no one knows the answer. But now, a tiny sea creature may have just given scientists the biggest clue yet in solving the entire thing. So, of course, we found slight bits of debris from the aircraft, but we don't know where it crashed, why it crashed, and what happened. But scientists are now turning to something that nobody expected: barnacles. What And this is why it's so crazy, so stick with me. When barnacles grow, they actually build layers inside of their shells. And those layers each individually actually record the temperature of the ocean around them at the time that they were formed. Meaning every barnacle that is attached to flight debris that's been found from this plane, which has been quite a bit, is actually carrying a hidden record of where that debris traveled from in the Indian Ocean. So scientists are saying they've been analyzing barnacles found from the debris, which has been recovered from various beaches around the Indian Ocean, and by reading temperatures preserved inside the shells, as I say, it allows researchers to actually work backwards through time. And the goal is basically to reconstruct the debris' journey and trace it back to the aircraft's final resting place. Now, researchers are saying this could significantly narrow down the search area and potentially point investigators to where the actual plane is in the Indian Ocean very soon.
Was no one gonna tell me that Hawaii is literally underwater as we speak? I'm not even kidding. If you haven't seen any of the videos or photos, I definitely don't recommend checking it out, bro, because the city, the whole state in general is literally just underwater. I'm talking buildings, houses, roads, grocery stores gone. Under. Yeah. And the craziest part about this, no one is talking about this. Like, legit, no news outlets are talking about it. It's just going on. It's been going on for the past 3 to 2 days, and I just figured this out just now because I had to literally type it out myself. It's crazy to me that no one's speaking about this, because if you go look at it, everything's underwater, like I said, dude. If it's just, oh my gosh. I gotta say, man, if you were in Hawaii right now watching this video, hopefully you're able to move on and get out of there safely, because, dude, that's just terrible. Or maybe there's a part of Hawaii where, like, it's not as flooded, because I know some parts in Hawaii right now from the videos and photos that I've seen are just gone, bro. Yeah, so if you're seeing this video, spread the word right now that Hawaii is underwater, and hopefully they can get some help, because that's just, that's crazy, bro.
Aloha. Aquariums make me super horny.
That's not funny. No, rub those.
I had no idea, but let's check it out. Dude, if he's flown there. Spend a week at this resort walking through the... I mean, that'd be kind of cool, but... She's like, I'm playing Moana in real life right now, I don't care.
Oh my god.
Damn.
What the heck? That is insane.
I leave for tour in 1 week. Then I'm gone for good.
What the fuck?
So you going to New York? I think 28 shows.
See, it's videos like that.
You will not believe this, because this could change everything. There's no way. There's actually no way, bro. Oh my god. This is about to be like Ozempic round 2, but 100 times crazier. Now, we all know we get older, and then we die. I mean, obviously. And the reason we get more vulnerable when we get older isn't because of our wrinkles and grey hair. It's because our immune system actually starts to slow down and break down, eventually just getting rid of you. But researchers are now saying that they've potentially found a way to reverse that. Okay, so basically over time, harmful proteins build up inside of your immune cells, almost like junk on a computer that just keeps piling it up until it basically kills it. Well, that's kind of what happens here. The more junk that builds up, the worse those cells become at fighting off infections and things that come in at your body. And in early studies of this new trial that scientists have been conducting, they actually developed a treatment that could remove the junk buildup. And when they did that, the immune cells started behaving much younger, basically stopping aging in simple terms. Now, this is super important because the stronger immune system doesn't just help you fight off illnesses like the cold. It could potentially help with things such as cancer, age-related diseases, and even conditions such as dementia. And they're saying there could be a way to basically get this inside of like an injection, a jab, that will just basically stop you from aging, or at least, you know, replenish some of those cells, which is mental. Now, obviously, this is in very, very early trials. They did try it on mice, and it did actually work, but we're not anywhere near this becoming reality yet for us. But if a single injection could help regenerate parts of your body, I mean, yeah, that could be game changing. Like everybody being on Ozempic. Imagine when this thing drops. I will keep you updated.
I gained
This
weight just to
picture
be
was
against
taken
it.
in 1952 of the shepherd tending
raising
his sheep
awareness.
in this sacred grove that has sat abandoned for 350 years in Italy. So this massive face statue has sat in this
That's awesome.
wooded valley bottom beneath this very large castle, Castle Orsini, which is one of the largest castles in Italy, in this area called the Gardens of Bamarzo, sometimes called the Park of Monsters because it has all these grotesque statue things. In the 1500s, this specific face was commissioned by Pier Francesco Orsini to cope with the loss of his wife, and this sculpture is supposed to depict the Roman underworld god Orcus. But after Pier Orsini's death, his descendants looked at his garden and decided it was just like the creation of a madman, and they had no interest in maintaining it, and they just thought it was really surreal and had a lot of cryptic statues, and so they abandoned it for nearly 350 years. And it's just crazy to think that there was such a cool place with so many cool creations that was just being swallowed by vegetation and was forgotten for so long, just used for livestock grazing.
It's creepy. Freaking cable guy.
So details about Peter Till's secret society has been revealed. So the Dialogue Society is a private, invitation-only network co-founded in 2006 by Palantir Chairman Till. You know, and they hold secret meetings all over the world that are completely off the record, where they obviously talk about technology and finance and how to control our world and building cults, you know, everything. You know, how to control society, just normal everyday stuff. You know, a meeting of the puppeteers of our society. But a director in the website's code was revealed by a Swiss hacker. The next retreat that they're going to have is actually in Dublin, Ireland, and it's going to have people from all over politics, tech, celebrities, you know, multiple people from the Trump administration, NATO's top U.S. commander. But, you know, some of the very normal things to talk about during the conference that's happening this year is navigating World War III, battlefield technology, money, does it buy happiness, bring back nuclear, build a cult, which is probably the best one that's going to happen this year in my eyes, because of course you want all kinds of new information on how to build cults in today's age. And that last one is actually going to be moderated by the founder of the Christian networking site Pray.com. But you should get online and look at the members that were exposed in this not so secret society now.
Something is changing in the ocean, and when the ocean changes, the planet definitely feels it. Right now, water temperatures in the Pacific have been on the rise. Scientists have confirmed the super El Nino developing for 2026. Potentially the strongest El Nino in 150 years. For us surfers, that could mean giant swells and some of the biggest waves on Earth coming to life. The last super El Nino in 2016 sent huge waves to Hawaii and California. Places like Pihai and Mavericks went completely off the charts, with some of the biggest paddle waves being recorded during that year. But globally, it can also mean complete chaos. Flooding, droughts, violent storms, rising sea temperatures, coastlines being reshaped due to these heavy storms. And now, 10 years later, we might be heading back into it. The ocean is definitely heating. The atmosphere is definitely reacting. Now the question is, are we about to witness one of the wildest winters in modern history?
Destroyed. The reactor is going into stasis.
I will shoot the out of you.
Than most people.
What are you doing?
I'm filming a social media and video thing.
Okay, I don't want to be filmed.
You don't have to, like, walk away. You don't have to be on camera if you just keep walking.
This is a public grocery store, and I got
permission from the manager to film this. So just keep walking. Why are you...
This is a public place, and I don't appreciate...
Keep walking. I can't stop recording. There's like 40 cameras on me.
I don't want to be in any of your social media if I see anything
Don't come in my face.
I will stew the out of you.
Holy... You're nuts.
Oh my gosh, I could do that all day.
Alright. Man, get my fire off. Alright, well. Man, get my fire off, man. Get my fire off! Get my fire off!
We officially have an update on the person that hacked Oliver Tree's TikTok account, and let's just say things are not looking too good for them. For those that may not know, yesterday someone decided to hack into Oliver Tree's TikTok account just a few days after he passed away, and they were commenting on all of Oliver Tree's videos as Oliver Tree, trying to get people to follow their actual TikTok account. Well, now thankfully that person no longer has access to Oliver Tree's TikTok account. Their actual account that they were trying to get people to follow has been permanently banned, and on top of that, they could potentially be facing criminal charges. Hacking into someone's TikTok account obviously is not allowed, so there's a very good chance that Oliver Tree's team decides to press charges against that person, and on top of that, that person actually hacked into a bunch of other celebrities' TikTok accounts as well, so they could actually press charges against them too. I'm sure that person is most definitely regretting their decision because they were literally trying to get people to follow their actual TikTok account, so they provided everyone with their information. So we know who the person is, we know where the person lives, and yeah, I'll definitely be sure to keep you all updated. I'm curious to know your thoughts about all of this.
Dude, he kind of looks like a Rob Dyrdek, doesn't he?
Can't tell if I'm high, but is there a convenience store on the water right now with a guy? How the fuck do you even get there, bro? What the f?
I saw a guy swam there and got arrested. Like, what is it there for then? Whoa, what are those?
Today is day 364 of me being in Antarctica, and today is an extremely special day because today is the day that I play my album for my parents. You guys want to listen? Sure. Yeah, sure. Here comes these on.
See, I'm wondering if it was like a hidden message saying like, hey, I'm actually going to do this, or this is what's going to happen, and all these songs are actually hinting at that, but I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I went down a lot of rabbit holes because that guy that hacked that stuff, man, it made me think like, oh, he's joking. So I was trying to look into stuff, but then it's like, oh, he's not even. Someone hacked his account. I mean, I know I was like in the back of my head, I was probably one of his managers or social media, or like they're just building a new account, but I still was like,
that one's more for a younger demographic, but this one I feel like you'll like. It's a lot more uplifting.
It's just a bummer. He seemed like such an awesome dude.
Hey, sir. Hey, little girl.
No te asustes. ¿Alguna vez has probado los dulces? Oh, no. Policía.
What do you want, amigo?
Mr. Pizza le está dando dulces a mi amiga Katie.
Pizza? What kind of pizza?
¿Qué?
Pineapple? Margarita?
No.
Broccoli jalapeno popper anchovy deluxe?
¿Eso existe?
Oh yeah, you gotta try it. Pepperoni?
Sí.
That's the worst kind of pizza.
¿Quieres más?
Sí.
Tengo más en mi casa porque amo la falta de dulce.
Mr. Pizza, you're under arrest for giving candy to kids.
Acábame si puedes.
Come on, kid. You're my witness.
Bye, Steve. I like Steve.
Oliver Tree get Epstein arrested?
Hello, I'm Ron Johnson Van Swanson, the president of Alien Boy Records. We are the label that brought you such hits as Ugly is Beautiful and such commercial failures as Cowboy Tears. At Alien Boy Records, the marketing comes first. It's about what you look like, not what you sound like. The music just isn't that important. We sign artists who are interesting to look at, no matter how watered down or dogshit their music sounds. Alien Boy Records has access to cutting-edge algorithms, bot farms, and pay-for-play technologies, which has made crafting industry plants up to 15 times easier than before. Our #1 artist, Oliver Tree, is a prime example. Alien Boy Records is responsible for the writing, production, promotion, and distribution of all of Oliver's music. He has no say or involvement in the creative process. We have manufactured every aspect of his character, from his obnoxious personality, his wackadoodle outfits, to his downright embarrassing haircuts. We make him sing and dance like a stupid little monkey. We created Oliver Tree. And we can destroy him at any given moment. So go pre-order his new album, Alone in a Crowd, or we will terminate him. I mean, retire him from his music career forever.
I can't make this up. This dude has a window unit, an actual window unit in his car. What?
This is an 81 Honda. How dare you?
That's crazy. I wonder which one's cheaper to get.
What's that? Oh, a study was done to figure out if our brains are communicating with our phones and what exactly is going on while we sleep. And the findings are insane. Tell me more! Yeah, this is wild. The study was done to figure out what's going on while we sleep with our phones by our head and if our brains are communicating with the phones and what exactly is happening during that time. So they had people sleep by their phones, and during that time, once they fell asleep, about 15 to 30 minutes in, all of a sudden, the brain starts communicating with the phone, or the phone starts communicating with the brain, and there's an interaction going on. They're picking up the signal of what's happening. So they flip the phone over because it was face down. They flip it over to see what's going on during this communication. It shows downloading in progress. This wasn't an update or anything. This was something completely different. It says downloading in progress. Once the download was complete, it was then showing crazy things like what the person was going to be doing the next day, what they're going to be wearing the next day, how they should be acting the next day. It was basically programming the person of what their day was going to be like the next day. Okay.
In 1966, a CIA expert conducted a lie detector on a plant, and what happened shocked everyone. His name was Cleve Baxter. He invented the polygraph the FBI uses to this day. He wired a houseplant up to the same machine he was using to interrogate spies. The moment he thought about watering the plant, before he moved a muscle, the needle spiked. Then he thought about burning it. The needle shot off the chart. The plant didn't react to what he was doing. It reacted to what he was thinking. He spent the next 20 years repeating the experiment. Every time he got the same result. Plants don't have a brain. They don't have eyes or ears or a nervous system you could dissect. But this plant received the signal, which means thoughts don't stay inside your head. They leave. They ripple out into every field. Every living thing hundreds of yards away is reading your frequency right now, whether you wanted it to or not. Most people think privacy is a closed door, but privacy was a myth. Your dominant thought is on the air. That's why they say animals can read energy. You need to decide what you want to be sending, and then send it on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
what in the fuck is that? What is that? What the fuck is that? I've never seen one of those.
is that a boat? I don't even know. I've never seen that either. Looks like a big cargo ship almost.
And I do have a bite of food to feed him. So he's coming up to get fed.
Guys, do not lean over the side of the boat.
The captains are allowed to feed the alligators. So I've got some food for him.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
He's a big baby.
Wait,
right. Who wants to go swimming right now?
Wait, where'd Boudreaux go? Boudreaux!
Come on, here.
I'm still hung up on the alligator.
Divinamente guiados, observados por nuestra familia. Gracias por su presencia.
What's going on here?
Veo dónde están. Ah, ya lo vi. ¡Wow!
Y se movió.
Sí, se movió. Estaba entre las nubes ahorita.
No, y la forma cambió. Como que
se giró, sí.
Ajá.
Viene para acá, viene para acá.
Solín Salarra.
Yeah, I know y'all say
Con toda la
the blurry
intención del
videos,
corazón.
but I wish I would try and zoom in on the sun or the moon. Like,
Sí, la
the
veo, la
cameras,
esferita.
they're only good for up close. You know, they're not trying to make the zoom very good.
Familia estelar.
Unfortunately.
Uy. Sentí como que parpadeó, pero no sé. Ay, chicos.
Zoom in. Look at this.
And what do they call this, Rob? This the line. There's a word for this line. Fun fact: there are more billionaires' doomsday bunkers in New Zealand than the rest of the world combined. One of the main reasons for this, no idea. Anyway, here is the alleged range of Israel's Jericho 3 nuclear missiles. Zoom in. Go back to the picture. So look at Australia on the right, New Zealand on the left, Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, and Mexico. Okay, places to be.
Hey, shout out to UPS, man. Them niggas gonna always deliver a package, no matter what.
They got her again, y'all. They got Angelina Jolie, and she looks nothing like herself, allegedly. Take a look at this interview that's going viral. You tell me, does this either look or sound like Angelina?
It's very personal for me.
Who is that?
I wore my mother's ashes in a necklace.
Does that look like her?
The film itself is going to help me talk to my daughters about it.
Does this look like
I've spoken to
Angelina?
them, of course, a bit about it, but
does it sound like her?
I've been telling them that it's coming out, and they were talking to me about what it's about, and it got us into the conversation about
look at the face,
the gene, and maybe if they have it, and
look at the
cheeks
cheeks,
changing, or how we live life, or
look at the
how many
eyes,
things that could happen, and not to be afraid, and all of us go through something.
Does this look like her to you?
Are being challenged in one way or another, and all of us.
What are they doing to them?
How we approach that.
What are they doing to the women in Hollywood? Over this last year, we've seen a few weird videos come out of her on the red carpet. There was one of her glitching where she was doing weird movements like this, but the more we see her, in my opinion, the more this doesn't look like her, and I wonder, what is
No, I'm good.
What do you think?
We've seen too many incidents on this. Anybody down there in that area, like Port Orleans, is it bad right now? Yeah. Oh, the heck is that? That's the real Men in Black right there. Is that hole in California or what? They have covered up with that piece of wood? Dios mio. That dude crawled out of that hole.
This is a brand new video just taken on June 5th, 2026 that could showcase the clearest Bigfoot footage ever. It's a very HD video of a Bigfoot-like creature trying to hide behind some brush. The filmer zooms in and gets some very clear footage of its face, and we can see practically everything. Check it out.
Check this video out, y'all. Clear footage of a 12-foot Sasquatch. Look at him right there.
12 foot? How do you know he's 12 foot?
Look at that eyebrow ridge. It's just amazing. Look at that.
The uploader claims that the Sasquatch was measured at approximately 12 feet tall. If this is the case, it would be almost impossible to be any kind of person in costume or any kind of wildlife that's been discovered.
Okay, really? Why'd the cops let him go, smart guy?
The details we can see the most are its dark human-like eyes, its strong brow ridge, large nose, and its leathery skin. I mean, this has to be some of the clearest footage yet. And most believe it's not AI because of how realistic it is. Usually you can at least tell a little bit if it's AI, but this one doesn't seem to be. Another thing people love about this one is how camouflaged the being is. Bigfoot is said to be a master of camouflage, a creature that can blend into almost every environment, and this here is a perfect example. The hiker probably never would have seen it if it didn't move, hidden in plain sight, but not at the same time.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
It seems like a really legitimate encounter that the hiker just happened to stumble upon. Something he probably wishes he never stumbled upon. But let me know what you guys think of this footage in the comments. Is it the clearest and realest ever?
This astronaut almost drowned in outer space. This is a very real space horror story. This is astronaut Luca Parmitano, and in 2013 he put on his spacesuit, left the safety of the International Space Station for the vacuum of space to conduct some work on the outside of the station. While he was doing that, he was wiring some cables. The helmet of his astronaut suit suddenly and quickly started filling up with water. It started covering his eyes, his nose, his ears, and his mouth. He also couldn't hear any communications anymore from the ground team at NASA or from his fellow astronauts. And to make make everything so much worse, they were orbiting at this point on the dark side of Earth, so he was operating in the darkness, just guided by the lights on his suit. And obviously, like, rule number 1 is you can't take your helmet off in space, but he did say that at this point, the only plan he could think of was opening the safety valve on the back of his helmet to let some water out, knowing he would lose consciousness. But obviously that's a last resort, so he used the recoil mechanism on the safety cable that attached him to the space station, and it brought him back to the hatch. When he got in, and this is all on video, they basically ripped the helmet off of him, and they spent a few minutes trying to dry him, getting water out of his ears and his mouth. And after a few minutes, thankfully he was okay, but they figured out that the cooling system for the spacesuits uses water, and one of the filters had clogged. This is a real photo. And this is from when they tested the suit again later. But NASA just announced the crew for the Artemis 3 mission in Earth's orbit, and Luca Parmitano is on it, which is very exciting. He's obviously very good in high-stress situations.
That's so strange and scary. I was kind of sweating like, oh hell no. Oh, that's funny. Dude, that's freaking hilarious. Looks like the dude from Beverly Hills Ninja when he's all bronze like the mannequin. Dude, that's insane. Like, is that from the current? Like, what? Or is that from
this is
drainage
not
pipes?
fucking real life. The moon looks so fucking close.
Yeah, the other day there was like a second one of those stars up there. I don't know what. Is it? I don't know. Oh, they're all watching that. I'm just kidding.
Alright, I climbed up into this stream passage here, and it just keeps wrapping around. Look at this. Dude. I gotta go up there.
Yeah, but that's so slippery.
Okay. That was the struggle.
It's weird how it has that crack in the middle, like an opening.
It goes up high, dude. Holy crap. Alright, I'm gonna go up the next one.
Dude. Brave. See, this is that lady. She was like, I saw the zombies at Walmart. It's like, nah. You saw a crackhead or a prankster. That's so funny that one person just took off. See, this is why some people die in scary movies. Like, you don't know, you just freeze up. Like, come on. They say the female's the one that normally survives, right? Like Jamie Lee Curtis, Nev Campbell. Like, that lady would have died.
Community game says a wild Swilus appears catch it using poke catch, winners revealed in 90s.
He's preparing for the end of the world. He's a I don't need no Tarzan. I am Jane, and I am woke and fine. Just get some gloves, girl. You'll be alright.
Look at that, she's spinning round.
I know. That is what a tornado is. Using 4 motors, some fishing line, and some Raspberry Pis, I've built a robot that can pick up anything in the room and take it somewhere else. This is one of the latest grasping models doing a laundry pick-and-place job. It's trained on about 400 examples of picking up stuff in my house. What's the cheapest way to move a gripper around a room and have enough payload capacity to pick up the laundry, trash, and toys on the floor? I think the answer to that is a cable-driven parallel robot, or CDPR. All the motors share the load, so on average they can be smaller, and they don't need reducers, which keeps the noise to a minimum. They can be mounted on the wall instead of the moving part, so their weight doesn't matter, and there's no need for a battery. I'm supplying power to the gripper through one of the support cables. I've trained about 20 models so far with mixed success. Though I've tried end-to-end models trained on the entire cleanup task, I've had much more success with models that are trained on the singular task of grasping objects using only the gripper camera. So for now, those overhead cameras are just used for target identification with a separate model. The grasping is based on the same model used on Atlas from Boston Robotics, called a multitask diffusion transformer. The model I've shown here is trained with LayRobot. It takes about a day on a consumer GPU, and the community frequently adds support for new model types.
Dude, that is so freaking awesome.
A fisher. Defend yourself and use reactants.
Wait a minute.
The enemies are dropping reactants. Don't forget the reactants.
Is that a bear? I thought it was like an invisible creature at first. Dang, UFO tried to suck it up, huh? It's probably just a spotlight.
Oh my gosh!
Interesting.
Uy, ang scary!
Interesting.
Alis na kaya tayo? Ako na!
Dude, I'd be freaking out. What do you do?
Grabe na ka. Ako narinig yun. Ayun, narinig ko yung sumabog. Sumasabog siya. Mal, halika na. Ayun o. Ayun o. May kilabutan ako. Tara na. Bayad mo tayo. Sabahin na tayo magpandaw. Bigay sa'yo, mamaya ka na magpandaw. Ano naman ako?
And then the smoke got me. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Look at this shit, y'all. Look.
Cell extracted.
Yeah. Damn. Holy shit, boy, Lieutenant Danny when they got a boob job.
Trigger a meltdown.
What? I have no words for that one.
My brain is not comprehending this because the creek is down here and there's a waterfall coming back there, but it literally looks like it's coming from the log. Like there's no water flowing into that log to fall down. So where is that water coming from? Am I crazy?
Interesting. Oh no, I got another one. That was so cool. Damn, what is that structure? It almost looks like something to hold something else up.
Oh no. It's bad. Our street is flooding. Holy shit, it's a river. God damn it. Holy shit. Look. God damn.
Dang.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
Oh shit.
Dude, that's crazy.
Fuck. And
Do you hear it?
Oh my god.
Yeah, like get off the phone and go save yourself.
Oh my god.
Why would you be worrying about recording? Like you've gotten enough. We believe you. Go.
It's a goddamn river.
You got to get struck by lightning, you better calm down. make little boats to put in there.
What the fuck are you doing? We're ready to fire! Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! What the fuck?
More often than not, we don't even really know what we're looking at. And more often than not, we don't even know what we're looking at.
Their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk.
Last time we were in Puerto Rico, it was like that. It was coming up. The tide was so big. And just, the current was pulling.
God damn!
That shocked me! That shocked me! Holy shit!
Yo, why the fuck are we stuck up here, bro? What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. No fucking way. Yeah, this is my last day at Six Flags. I'm not doing this shit no more. What the fuck?
Yeah. Nope, I'm done with Six Flags.
Todd, you're okay, honey bun. Mama's here.
Rainbow lightning.
Holy shit. Dude. Who?
Yeah, dude, I was the other night it woke me up, and so I just watched it and I was like, is this War of the Worlds or what is happening? Dude, it was crazy. I was like, yeah, in my storm shelter, like, what the hell? Oh my gosh. That would be terrifying. Right there, man.
Yeah, this is the view from my window. You're never gonna guess what it looks like from the outside. Yeah, roof cleaning, pretty crazy.
Mission complete.
That is super cool. I haven't seen this one before. This one's new. Did such a good job on it. Wow. What a beautiful day.
Man, that's so freaking cool. That trips me out.
I need you to sabotage this ship's reactor.
So what you're going to see is cloaking. When applying a small electrical current to glass or crystal, look what happens.
Fissures in the area.
It disappears.
Stay high.
근데 잘 보이긴 하나?
이제 금전적인 부분이나 여러 가지 이제 생활 여건 때문에
오.
그런 걸 떠나서.
Facts about Earth that do not seem real. In this area of Honduras called Yoro,
It rains fish every single time rain comes through. I shit you not. And spoilers, scientists have not been able to figure out why this happens to this one place on Earth. After every single thunderstorm or rainstorm between May and June of every year, residents will come out to walk on the streets or drive, and this is what they see. Yoro is a beautiful landscape that has tons of Mayan relics and culture and ruins around it, but there's something important to note here, is that the fish that they find in this city are freshwater, despite it being 45 miles away from the Caribbean Sea. And the local tradition says that this is a case of divine intervention because it started in 1856 when this missionary named Manuel de Jesus Subirana visited Yoro and prayed to Jesus that he would have food to give to the poor. And also, written accounts from him and other historians corroborate this phenomenon happening since then. A couple of theories that scientists do have is that maybe these fish are being carried over by water spouts during these big storms. But again, these fish are freshwater, and there isn't an abundance of lakes near this area, and they're not coming from the ocean. Another theory they have is that maybe these fish live in underground caves or just big old holes in the ground, and then every thunderstorm it floods them out and they end up there. But no scientist and resident has ever seen this happen in front of their eyes. This phenomenon is so well known in this area that since 1998, the citizens of Yoro have a festival to celebrate it called Festival de la Lluvia de Peces, which is Rain of Fish Festival. Residents will gather adorning fish hats, adorning hats and costumes of their culture, and celebrate their little town in Honduras for the phenomenon that apparently is a religious phenomenon.
Wait. You really have to dip? Is that what you said? You really have to dip?
Why, you want one more?
I would make you your own beat if you wanted, because I was just fucking around.
Try my hand. Fuck it. Make the beat and let me try it.
Okay. What kind of vibe you want me to make, though?
Anything you choose.
Okay.
One thing about MCing, it was always about the DJ.
Ah, okay. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. Is that cool?
Whatever you choose. I gotta follow you. I'm the MC. You the DJ.
This is Ja Rule.
Let's go. Brooklyn.
No. Monica.
We live. Brooklyn. Chosen is a name that I have been given. It's more complicated than lots of things living. Ladies on my style cause I'm overactive. Handsome, fresh, debonair, and attractive. I was riding on my bike just the other night. I seen this pretty young lady that I really like. Cause I'm a Super Bowl rapper. Ladies attractor. Getting on the mic and it can't be done faster. I am the man they call Brooklyn, you see. With the versatile style inside of me. I took the M is for mysterious and E for everlasting. Double L for loving and O for outstanding. Coming to the party, you know that I'm great. MCs like you love to imitate and work for a while, not a child. So put on a smile. People call me Appleseed, but my real name is Al. I'm the capital A with a little L. But I'm pushing more higher than a door itself. See, I hate the type of girls who think they fly. They talk to more than one nigga at the same time. A nigga over here, a nigga over there. I need a break. You better be aware. Places and places, and towns around. People always telling me to break melody down.
Have a great day, y'all. Have a great week. Well, hey, thank y'all so much for tuning in to another Bryce's
Pokemon Community Game says a wild Cherubi appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Pokemon Community Game says Cherubi escaped. No one caught it.
I need you to sabotage this ship's reactor. The reactor is a complex system. Start by removing the coolant cells. Watch out, I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk. You found a fissure. Look out for reactant. Use that reactant to open a relic. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Cell has been extracted. The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. Coolant cell extracted. Fuel cell reinserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown. Destroy the fuel injectors. A blast door has blocked your evacuation route. Find a way to open it. Another job well executed.
Welcome. That's all we have time for.
I need you to sabotage this ship's reactor. The reactor is a complex system. Start by removing the coolant cells. Watch out, I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic? My intel suggests there are rich enemy supply caches in the area, but I am unable to pinpoint their exact location. Search them out if you are willing to shoulder the added risk. You're near a fissure.
Pokemon Community Games says a wild Inkay appears catch it using Poke Catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Be aware. Only corrupted enemies will drop it. Is working on your relic. Find more.
Pokemon Community Games says Inkay escaped. No one caught it.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. Security measures have locked the coolant cells in place. Destroy them. Coolant cell destroyed. is your chance to complete this sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. A coolant cell has been extracted. Fuel cell reinserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown. Destroy the fuel injectors. A blast door has blocked your evacuation route. Find a way to open it. Another job well executed.
Pokemon Community Games says a wild Rolycoly appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Pokemon Community Games says Rolycoly escaped. No one caught it.
The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. That's the reactor. Expose its core and destroy it. That's it. Now get out of here. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Another job well executed. Your target is the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols. Your target is the system mainframe. Deliver the payload. There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. You're near a fissure. They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more. Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened. Target found. Destroy it. That's it. Now get out of here.
Oh dear. Bad guy is down. Target killed! Oh dear.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. Your target is the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols. Your target is the system mainframe. Deliver the payload. Void fissures. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? You found a fissure. Look out for reactant. Corrupted foes are dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. fighting. Look for more reactant. Has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Target destroyed. Proceed to the extraction point.
This suffocates.
Another job well executed. Your target is the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols. Your target is the system mainframe. Deliver the payload. There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. You found a fissure. Look out for reactant. The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open your void relic. You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic. Enough reactant to open your relic. Target found. Destroy it. That's it. Now get out of here.
Pokemon Community Game says a wild furret appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Job well executed.
Pokemon Community Game says Furret escaped. No one caught it.
A Fisher. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Collect reactant to open your relic. Be aware. Only corrupted enemies will drop it. Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Find the captive as soon as you can. We don't have much time. The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors. Approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. Here are the holding cells. Search each one for the hostage. Thank the stars, not a minute too soon. Located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest. I need a weapon. Escort mission complete. The hostage is safe now. Let's get out of here. You're near a fissure. corrupted foes are dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. There's no telling what the captors are doing to our rescue target. You need to find the holding cell immediately. Mission and we'll take a look inside. Keep going. Nobody knows you're here. You're approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. Hurry up. You are running out of time. This is the jail. Our hostage is in one of these cells.
I thought I was gonna die in there. Thank you.
Located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
I can fight too. Give me a weapon.
Seriously? Mission complete. The captive has been liberated. You will be rewarded for this. This is a rescue mission. We need to find and liberate the hostage before any harm comes to them. There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. You're near a fissure. Find the captive as soon as you can. We don't have much time. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Collect reactant to open the relic. Be aware. Only corrupted enemies will drop it. You are going to need more reactant. Want to open that relic.
Sorry.
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. It's the Grenier. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You have collected enough reactants to open the You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry. The captive will be in one of these cells. Search them.
Thank the stars, not a minute too soon.
You've located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
Killed someone. Sorry.
Don't suppose you have an extra gun?
The captive has been secured. You've done your part, Tenno. We'll take it from here.
Pokemon Community Game says a wild Corviknight appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
There is a prisoner here that is vital to our operations. Search for the holding location. Void Fishers. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? We're near a fissure. Corrupted enemies are dropping reactants. Collect it to open the void relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. We can't leave without rescuing the prisoner. Keep searching. You're still in the clear. No detection from enemy sensors. Don't forget the reactant. You need more to open that relic.
Pokemon Community Games says Corviknight escaped. No one caught it.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Sorry.
Approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
Thank you, Tenno.
Subject found. You need to bring the captive to safety. Protect them at all costs.
Got an extra weapon? They won't just let us walk out of here.
The captive has been secured. You've done your part, Tenno. We'll take it from here. Prisoner here that is vital to our operations. Search for the holding location. Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a magic relic? A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Collect reactant to open your relic. Be aware. Only corrupted enemies will drop it. You are going to need that reactant if you want to open that relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. There's no telling what the captors are doing to our rescue target. You need to find the holding cell immediately. Enough reactant to open your weapon. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you. You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
Game's up. Wood.
The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry.
I'm in your debt, Tenno. Let's go home.
Prisoner located. We need to get them back to command in one piece. Find your way to the exits, and don't leave the subject behind.
Got an extra weapon? They won't just let us walk out of here.
Je privacy in there? Ja, by settings, ja. Options. Well, okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Camera position. Side offset, far offset, sweet. Nice. Okay. Sweet. And my revenant system, yay. Open the white mark.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Revenant.
You have strayed too
Ek weet nie,
far
ek het
from
sê
the
wat
path.
sandplaas gemaak.
May this correct you.
Mission complete. The captive has been liberated. You will be rewarded for this, Tenno.
Ja, Revenant Prime, ja. Ek moet nou sy chassis kort neuroids en sy neurooptiek dan kan ek Revenant Prime maak. Voor 2 argon crystals en 7 neuroids. Game look nice, homie. I like it a lot. It says gather plants to craft Nightfall Apothec. Ja, by quests, the Silver Grove. Ja, is baie goed om te doen. Wat is dit? The Hex. There's the Teacher, the Duvari Paradox, the Glass Cabbage, Sands of Inaros, the Wave Rider, en Silver Grove is al waarmee ek besig is. Ja. Ben je bezig met de relics? Oké. Oh, nice. Ja, ik heb het niet eens prime, hè. Ja, en dan ken je skin van hem. Ah, nice. Ik heb al vergeet van net. Ja, decent. Ja, de cool niet eens prime, hè. Pak jij. Nee, oké, Lippie. Zeg je wat je dit doet? Severe. Nice.
Pokemon Community Game says a wild Gimmighoul appears. Catch it using Poke Catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Alright, come on. My operated niks. Ik heb niks equipment van nie. Oh, nice.
Pokemon Community Game says Gimmighoul escaped. No one caught it.
But yeah, sushi. Yeah, Caleb. Nice. Nice. Ah, nice. Nog was leuk. Aan een pool. Ja, nee, ik zie niet zo. Maar ja, je is bij shit. Ja, nou ja. Ja. Ja, ja. 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 Okay. A little bit, but yeah. Haha. Not so much. Yeah. That was cool stuff. Okay, cool. Nice, nice. Popscare, nice. Ja, det är bra. Nice, no way. Ja, nee, ik heb het gezien, ja. Ik denk ook de LED. Nice. Ik ben 58 plat. 58. Ja, helaas. Ja.